All right, good morning. Good morning. The October 25th Board of Directors meeting is called to order. First, I'd like to ask our interpreters to explain how to access interpretation. Please go ahead.
We're just called for the interpreter. Are you?
Oh, yes. Good morning. Announcement from the interpreter. To use the interpretation feature, please scroll to the bottom of the Zoom screen where the meeting controls are. Click on the interpretation icon, the world, and select English as your language. If you're joining through the Zoom mobile app, cell phone, tablet, etc., please press the ellipsis, then interpretation, and then choose your language. Finally, click on mute original audio to not hear the original Spanish logo in the background. Headsets are available for interpretation. If you're in the meeting room, please check out a headset from the receptionist in the lobby. Aviso por parte del intérprete. Para hacer uso del servicio de interpretación, favor de desplazarse a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom, donde aparecen los controles. Haga clic en el icono de interpretación globo terráqueo y seleccione Spanish, español. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil de Zoom, celular, tableta, etc., presione los puntos suspensivos, luego interpretación y luego el idioma. Si no desea escuchar el audio original en inglés en el fondo, por favor seleccione Mute Original Audio, silenciar audio original. Contamos con auriculares disponibles para el servicio de interpretación. Si se encuentra en la sala de reunión, favor de pedir auriculares con la recepcionista en el vestíbulo. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. The tribal nations of the San Diego region have historically faced injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from our 4 cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, the Diegueño, the Luiseño, the Pupeño, and the Cahuilla. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of the SANDAG community, we acknowledge this legacy. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences and undoing the injustices of the past. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Madam Clerk, can you confirm the quorum, please?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I can confirm a quorum of 15 voting members present out of 19 and 4 advisory members also.
I'll read it. Don't remind me. It's okay. If you don't have it, you don't have it. We'll start today with, my voice is leaving me again. That's why I'm asking the clerk to help me. So we'll start today with non-agenda public and member comments. As a reminder, no comments shall use loud, threatening, profane, or abusive language that disrupts the orderly conduct of the meeting will be tolerated. Disorderly conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the board meeting is prohibited. Per our board policy, the amount of time allotted for each verbal public comment is determined based on the number of agenda items, the complexity of those items, and the number of persons anticipated to offer comment. This allows us to hear from as many people as possible and to complete our business while we still have quorum. Based on those factors, I've determined that today's meeting with each member of the public will be allowed 1 minute for their comments. I'm going to go ahead and ask we're going to go to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman. As the public understands, we take the first 5 public commenters at this time. I have 2 in person, Michael Brando and Truth, and 3 virtual, Paul the Bold, Blair Beekman, and phone number 899. Michael Brando, please come to the podium.
Hi. I've mentioned books here before, and he may think this has nothing to do with SANDAG. Yeah, it does. It has to do with everybody. There's another book I'm going to recommend to you called The Truth About Contagion, exploring theories of how disease spreads. We saw so much delusional psychosis that spread, a mental thought form that spread from 2020 all the way to the present day about the nonsense that happened and has been used to justify all kinds of things that this board does, city councils do, the county board of supervisors. And the thing is, more and more people are becoming aware of this. And it's like we're moving into this era, and this is not a conspiracy theory or new age woohoo, that things are coming to light. And this is not about Republican, Democrat, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I have for neither one of those people. They're both vile in my view, but that's besides the point. Oh, and Jack, thank you for being here. I want to say to you, I heard this is your last meeting. Okay, maybe it's not, but nothing has ever been personal toward you, even when I use the term jacktivist. I just think it's important for people who participate to say something that's what they perceive as to be closer to the truth. And that's what all about having a good community and a good environment is. So thank you.
Truth, please come to the podium.
All right, Mario's goal of back to basics may not be possible with the current chair who on Tuesday opposed a back to basics for the county. Now to briefly cover a major regional issue, the answer to the sewage crisis is not an EPA Superfund site. Just from preliminary research, it would entail Mexico not being held financially accountable for anything. The cities paying for the EPA's cleanup, residents having to move for that cleanup, the potential for what's called an involuntary land acquisition. And yesterday, Terra Senator campaigned conference that a Superfund could only be approved with Newsom's permission. He won't even sign off on a state of emergency. It's not even a potential solution. It's a selfish Superfund scam to campaign on. And I will be exposing it at every applicable city council. But ending on a positive, Triggers audit Rebecca taught me to ask more questions. I thank her for that. It's kind of like example, Rebecca doesn't have a life, right? And Jay Dunn had enough fire to earn himself a nickname. Congrats. And considering how toxic SANDAG is, I've actually gotten hugs in this room, believe it or not, and I will miss some of you guys, / hope some of you win, but the rest, absolutely good riddance. And shout out to Kara, who should be here. Why is she not here? Thank you.
Your time expired. Paul the Bold will be followed by the final two, Blair Beekman and phone number 899. Paul, go ahead.
The SANDAG is not representing the county. The coastal cities in Escondido vote. San Diego exerts a huge amount of power, but does not represent all the neighborhoods. East County has a rep, but no vote. Dividing the county into districts arranged by geography, neighborhood, or other character would produce far better results. It would mean that everyone in the county would be represented by a voting member. It would mean that the people of each city would have to work together instead of city by city. It would also mean that several neighborhoods or areas in San Diego would be individually represented instead of being lumped into one city representative voting for them regardless of that area's opinion. This idea was actually proposed in 2000. SB 29 created a commission, and Chapter 764 charged it with reviewing the.
Your time expired. Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. I've learned from the COVID area that we have to really consider our future of social planning, or large-scale social planning. That doesn't include harming people. I think we can social plan without harming people in the future. That's how I want to address the future of COVID issues. With that said, a thank you that I've heard words in SANDAG meetings recently about working with the future of Mexico in terms of being conciliatory. And I think it means being humble. If we practice our own humility to address the Tijuana River Valley issues, I think we can ask for that in return of Mexico. If we ask for openness, that can be given in return. I'm working towards that with tech accountability. And I think Mexico is fully ready to work on good tech accountability, openness practices as well. There's good meeting of the minds on things. It's just a matter of humility, bring ourselves to the table in a humble spirit and good spirit. Good luck how to do that.
Your time expired. Our final commenter, phone number 899, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mary Davis here advocating for climate sustainability as well as the Tijuana River Valley hazmat toxic sewage ongoing crisis. First, I'm asking you not only for the board of directors to implement a policy, but also to take this further exponentially and to your own home chambers. First of all, limit travel, no international travel, and one domestic air travel trip per year per director or staff member. Second, to calculate your air miles traveled and GHG for all travel and to publicly disclose that. Lastly, to show political will, we keep hearing that you've used every tool in the toolbox when that is in fact not true. Not only the sanctions for the withholding the toll revenue, but I'm asking you again in this chamber as well as your home chambers, implement a travel ban a la AB 1887 to Mexico to exert pressure. They had money for a new port of entry and also a toll highway for their own people. Hold their feet to the
Your time expired. That concludes the non-agenda public comments.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Joy Maxey?
Good morning. Good news. Last Friday, we held our second wildfire and emergency evacuation tour, this time for the SR 94. It was coordinated by SANDAG's Ariana Galvin and the Humul Dilzura Community Planning Group member Paul Domkowski. In addition to several members, both from SANDAG and from the Community Planning Group, we had staff from Caltrans present, San Diego County Sheriff's Office, and Cal Fire, which included a battalion chief, Sam Friedman. The unincorporated communities value the partnership and collaboration that these tours create, and we work toward a safer travel future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other members having their hand up. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mario for his update.
Thank you. Today, we're really looking forward on OIPAS reports. We have discussed them on the audit committee also, as well as there was conversation on the 125. Some of the items, we briefly touched on them on our September 27 CEO update, as well as our October 11 meeting where the board provided us directions on short and long-term items. On some project updates, well, I also want to say to board members, we are working, we should have it by end of working day today, an email with a lot of the questions you have asked and information you have requested. So we're working to send that to the entire board members. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of joining Vice Chair Hibner and be with as the Secretary of the California State Transportation Agency, where SANDAG and North County Transit were awarded $38 million of a grant from the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, TIRSUP, they call it. And this will be part of the funds will be for the Del Mar Bluffs stabilizations, as well as to use as matching funds for Eastbrook to Shell double tracking project on the Lausanne corridor. So also Orange County received $125 million to stabilize their bluff project that they have there. On the Batiquitos Lagoon double track project, they'll be starting construction for a new concrete double track bridge over the lagoon. Will start next week. Power driving will be starting. So that's pretty noisy sometimes, but I just want to alert that that's going to be happening. It needs to replace that bridge that is, somebody was telling me it's about 100 years old. So that needs to be replaced. Will be on and off work until April. Regarding the realignment on the Lausanne realignment project, I think Monday we're going to be having a get together with the teamwork, the team that has been working on the BA, and they'll be homing in into 16 options and basically discussing what are the next steps on that the project and the BA. We're hoping to bring to the board by early next year the recommendations of the BA, so we can move forward with a new notice of preparation and notice of intent with NEPA. Actually, we're working with Caltrans and CalSTA and High Speed Rail, so they could be the NEPA lead on this project, and we can expedite it. We did travel with the chamber delegation to Mexico City early this week. Chairwoman was there, Mayor Gloria, other board members here were there. We had meetings also with us was Secretary Toxo Michoacan also. We had meetings with the Ministry of Communications. We had meetings with Foreign Affairs Ministry and with the Customs Authority. We will be bringing the Otay Mesa East item that you requested. Both Coronado and Imperial Beach had requested it. So we'll be bringing it on November 8th on the finances and where we are, so we can have a robust conversation on the areas of opportunity. On the Purple Line, the feasibility study is wrapping up. We're really hoping to bring it to the board as soon as possible. I think with the Purple Line, I think in the Rapid 680, as I've been mentioning, we're looking how to phase it in the RTP, because it's really coming up as a very expensive project and long lead project. So we really are working on that. On the 78 North County update, it was supposed to be today, but there was a discussion that the agenda may be too full. So we will be bringing it in November, that update on the 78 project. That concludes my report, Chair.
Thank you. And my quick update is we attended the binational meeting in Mexico with the chamber, and we're able to have a successful panel as well. And I know many of my colleagues also participated, but the other thing I wanted to share with all of you, that the subcommittee on the performance evaluation for the CAO met today. And so we will be presenting to all of you at our next board meeting our recommendations for the process, so that we can institutionalize the process for the CAO evaluation process, and that all of you have input. So there's going to be a memo coming out to update you about those conversations today. And so I want to thank my colleagues that were here early for that meeting, and we'll continue to move forward with that. With that, I'm going to go ahead and go on to our consent agenda. Are there any public comments for consent agenda?
Thank you. I do have public comments on the consent agenda. I have two in person that I'll start with. Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Michael Brando, and then I have 4 virtual to follow that.
All right, item 2, the minutes say the BOD began at 10:35 a.m. The closed session was 2 hours and 9 minutes, and the meeting ended at 3:04 p.m. That's proof that all of you guys require a speaking time limit. And question, why did Raul leave the meeting for 1 hour? Was he in the bathroom cleaning his waxy ears? Item 3, there will be more lawsuits against MTS. In the last 2 weeks, there were 2 stabbings and 1 person hit in the head with a metal object. When will SANDAG take public transit safety seriously? $30 million to WSP for the OME toll. Surprise, one of the funders of Measure G to tax people to fund it. And item 5, I recommend not approving this document, so the need for regional plan is eliminated. Item 4, I was inspired by Jacktivist at that meeting. I'm trying to bring some sense into you guys. Happy to get another video of Zito talking about bad bike lane designs, and to answer his question right in front of him about why SANDAG shouldn't prioritize sports bikers issues, equity. And FY equity's out the window for funding street repairs, an extra matching 5% now required. And to quote Lucinda, circa 2021, equity exists somewhere, but we haven't defined it. There isn't even a base to start with. Thank you.
Michael Brando, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Ellen C.
Item 2 about the minutes. I left that meeting early. I'm glad I did, because as it was said, 2 hours and 9 minutes for the closed session. As the minutes reflect, something might be able to be changed about that, so the minutes in the future would be different. I think there should be equity, that many of you involved in closed session should be warned by whoever is chairing the meeting that when you're off topic, you need to get back on topic, that you should try and stay focused to what's being discussed. So doing those things would help facilitate a faster meeting. Again, it's equity. If, people that come here to speak are treated that way, well, it should be the same for you too. And it's good to see Sean Elo is not here. I feel there's a different energy in the room without his presence. Thank you.
Thank you. And also like to remind the commenters to mention which items on the consent agenda they are speaking to. LNC, please go ahead.
Hello, mic check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Francesca. This concerning the minutes last meeting. Very concerning when you had a closed session before all the public comment was allowed, before all the open session agenda. You're basically discouraging people from speak. Closed session should be the very last thing on every meeting. That was wrong. You're actually discouraging people to speak. And concerning that minutes, why did you approve the Lausanne Corridor Agreement to put another train track across a lagoon when previous meetings you actually consented to make parallel I-5 for the entire train track? So we waste our tax money on the $38 million for additional pilings and putting this additional train track in. It's just going to all be ripped out again when you eventually move the train track over parallel 5. 38 more million to continue to bluff. Ridiculous. I yield back.
B. Mittermiller, you'll be followed by Paul the Bold. Please go ahead, Paul. B.
Good morning, Chair Vargas and board members. My name is B. Mittermiller and I represent San Diego 350. I'm speaking to consent agenda number 6. As a representative of San Diego 350, I encourage the board to ratify the actions taken by the—
Ma'am, consent agenda is items 2 through 5.
Oh.
Item 6 is a different item.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Did you want to speak on one of the consent agenda items?
Well, I thought there was a consent agenda item number 6.
Okay, item 6 is the independent performance auditor's investigation and the management response.
Okay,
So if you could raise your hand at that time, we'll call on you then.
okay, sorry. Thank you.
Paul the Bold, please go ahead.
Okay, meeting minutes. As usual, just a list of speakers' names. I'm glad that you include such discussion. It would be nice to have more. You're leaving out way too much in the interests of brevity. Master Fund Transfer Agreement. Oh my God. Article 1, Section 2B requires progress and expenditure reports within 30 days. I really hope you can meet that goal. PAC Act. Not much of a report. 3 policies with no detail. The meeting was on the 18th. The agenda was posted on the 19th. Thanks for working on a Saturday. But when you click on the link, it is to the agenda and a whole bunch of other things too, but no indication of whether the items were actually modified. Chief Exec Officer actions. I see that in September you spent $50,000 to buy bonds and you made $80,000 on other bonds. Probably more than the
And your time expired. Our final commenter, phone number 813, please go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Consuelo here. Just calling in to say that I'm paying attention, I'm present, and yeah, more people should be doing this.
And that concludes the public comments on this item. Yes, that concludes the public comments for consent agenda.
All right. Are there any member comments? I don't have any up here, but I'm just double checking. All right. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, please vote.
That motion passes unanimously with those members present.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 6A and 6B, OIPA's companion investigation report to the 125 total operations investigation and the management response. I'm going to turn it over to our chair, Chair Zito.
Thanks, Chair. Just as a refresher, there are two reports we're going to go over here, one of which was an investigation report requested by the Audit Committee based upon comments made at the board meetings about 125, and a second one from a whistleblower hotline. Courtney will address these items, and then I will just give a little bit of context from the Audit Committee after she's done. Go ahead, Courtney.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Board. It's an honor to be in front of you today. We are presenting two investigations, as Chair Zito to the Audit Committee stated. The first one is the SR 125 companion investigation, which this Board and the Audit Committee requested to determine when ETAN's significant performance issues were known, by whom, and what actions occurred. And then we received a whistleblower complaint and initiated an investigation on SANDAG's new tolling back office system implementation. These investigations were conducted by myself and the whistleblower hotline manager, Doug DePete. So as background, in December 2023, we were in the same room when myself, the Audit Committee, Board of Directors, and members of the board were concerned about allegations disclosed around SR 125, and we initiated an investigation into that matter, and that was issued in March of 2024. The investigation revealed that ETAN's financial reporting could not be relied upon, and other significant matters, among them ETAN's implementation of the back office system Fastlane, was headed for trouble from the beginning. And SANDAG executive management failed to address the situation in a timely manner, including informing the Board of Directors. So soon after we released the investigation in March of 2024, as I stated, it was requested that OIPA perform the follow-up investigation, and the whistleblower complaint was filed in May of 2024. Today's presentation will go over both those investigations. The first one will be the companion to the March report. The objectives were to determine who on the executive team and Board of Directors knew of the significant performance issues that ETAN was experiencing, as referenced in the March 24 investigation, when they became known of ETAN's significant performance issues, what they knew, and what actions were taken by SANDAG, if any, to address the issues. So our investigation found that OIPA did not find any members of the board were aware prior to when you were all notified in closed session, the members that were present in late 2023 of ETAN's significant performance issues, but we found no evidence to find that board members were notified prior to that. We did find that all members of the executive team were aware of ETAN's back office system performance issues, and that they were aware of that in June of 2022. Our last finding was that due to poor management, the critical time needed to issue a back office RFP, request for proposal, to replace ETAN was lost. And instead, SANDAG embarked on 4 different paths, some of them simultaneously, to address the operational crisis caused by ETAN's inability to meet the contractual requirements. These paths demonstrated a wasteful use of public resources and a lack of transparency, accountability, and internal coordination. The result was a hastily executed sole source contract award to Deloitte. I'll go through each finding now. As stated before, we did not find evidence that any board members were aware prior to late 2023. Finding 2, we found that all members of the executive team were aware of ETAN's back office system performance issues. However, it's important to note that the degree to which each executive team member understood the significance of the performance issues appears to differ based upon their role experience, proximity to SR 125, and the overall direction by the former CEO related to operational matters in general. An executive staff member to that point regarding the former CEO stated that Hassan believed ETAN's problems were in his authority. This is evidenced on December 8th when the former CEO spoke to you all regarding the question as to why you were not informed sooner. He said you hired a staff to do their job and we were doing our jobs and we knew there were issues. Yeah, there were some operational issues. He went on to say, however, that he made those decisions based on the authorities that you offered him to make, and he didn't think that every time there was a small operational issue, it should be brought to you. On April 26, 2024, after we released our investigation and management responded to it, the former interim CEO, Colleen Clemenson, stated in response to your questions, I think there's a culture at SANDAG to make things work no matter how hard it is. You just keep believing we're going to make this work. And it was no secret that the ETAN system was not working. There were bugs that were constantly being worked through. And she went on to say, who knew about it? How were the discussions? And then who made the decision? Ultimately, that was the CEO that made the decision. The CEO had a meeting with the CEO of ETAN, and they made an agreement that they were going to continue to work on this. For finding 3, we found that the executive team all had knowledge by June 2022 of the issues. Fagan released their BOS risk assessment report in July of 2022. However, they had briefings in June of 2022. That assessment report recommended that SANDAG should continue the current contract with ETAN while procuring a new back office system. Continuing with ETAN was considered a necessary interim step until SANDAG could acquire and stand up a new back office system. The timeline here states that members of the executive team were briefed on June 23rd before the report was issued. Debrief slides were then sent out to the executive team members on June 29th. On June 30th, Hassan called a meeting with executives and senior management to talk specifically about ETAN's tolling system. On July 8th, the report was released by Fagan, and on July 14th, the former CEO held a meeting with the former CFO and the former Deputy CEO Major to discuss the report. Former Deputy CEO Clemenson was out of town. Finding 4. Due to poor management, the critical time to issue the back office RFP to replace ETAN was lost, and instead, SANDAG embarked on 4 different paths, some simultaneously. They're outlined here. You can see the overlap. The first path is a solicitation for OTIME OME BOS. For path 2 is the sole source contract. Path 3 is a regional BOS. And path 4 is Fagan. So I'll go through each of the paths. First, for OTIME Mesa East, it was to first tag on to ETAN's BOS system that was already awarded and in place for SR 125 and I-15. They had an option in that if SANDAG wanted to I can't think of the word, execute that option, then ETAN could provide the system for OME. However, after Fagan's BOS risk assessment came out, it was determined that that would no longer be an option. They also discussed having, and this is just an OME BOS system RFP. They also discussed having a CTOC agency process OME's transactions. And then that by January was decided, January 2023, to not be an option. And the last was to procure a separate system for OME. And they decided to proceed with that, and they were going to issue an RFQ, which is a request for qualifications, by March 2023. The second path was activities leading up to the sole source contract award to Deloitte. These activities occurred between December 2022 and January 2024. From December 2022 through May 23rd, discussions and meetings with 5 potential vendors occurred in relation to a replacement system for the BOS. In September 2023 to October 23rd, SANDAG worked exclusively with Deloitte and A2B. On October 3rd, Deloitte presents SANDAG Deloitte Tolling Solution Executive Proposal to the executive team and the RTS and IT directors. On October 13th, the Board of Directors in a closed session is made aware of ETAN's significant performance issues, including the inability for ETAN to produce financial reports. On November 6, 2023, Deloitte awards a $450,000, excuse us for the typo, sole source contract to evaluate ETAN's BOS data so they could figure out whether they could migrate the data from ETAN's BOS to a new replacement system. And then on January 12th, management presents a recommendation to SANDAG's boards to authorize a sole source for $28 million to Deloitte and A2B for the regional back office system replacement. Path 3 is for a regional back office system. When we talk about a regional back office system, this would include SR 125, I-15, OME, as well as future managed lanes. So from February 2023 to September 23rd, 2023, the SANDAG staff worked on this regional BOS support services solicitation. And what that means is a solicitation for consultants to come on board and assist SANDAG with issuing the RFP. The scope includes supporting SANDAG's project management in the overall planning, development, and project management activities during the implementation of this new regional back office system. Support the SANDAG PM in the development of a strategic planning documents for the new regional BOS and provide support during the solicitation process. Develop scope of work for the regional BOS RFP solicitation package, including system requirements document. On July 12, 2023, SANDAG's Contracts and Procurement Office held a Mobility Technology ITS on-call kickoff meeting in preparation to issue 3 mini competitive solicitations, including, clearly I've not had enough coffee this morning, 3 mini solicitations, including the regional BOS support services solicitation. On September 27, 2023, the Director of Regional Transportation Services directed the team to hold off on releasing the solicitation. The fourth path. So what we know is that in July, Fagan issued the BOS risk assessment report. Fagan's involvement continues. On September 30th, 2022, Fagan briefed the new Director of Regional Transportation Services on next steps. This included simultaneously beginning a procurement of the new back office system. On November 8th, Fagan advised the director on an alternative approach to shorten the process and instead issue an RFQ. On May 4th, 2023, Fagan sends the Director of Regional Transportation Services an email on a draft proposal for 2 tasks. One of those tasks is a transition to the next generation back office system. On June 8th, a contract amendment is executed for Fagan to prepare this BOS transition plan. On October 2nd, 2023, the transition plan that Fagan emails includes a transition timeline of approximately 2 years, 6 months to prepare and issue the RFP and select a vendor, and 18 months from the notice of proceed to the project acceptance of the new BOS. So in conclusion, the executive team knew in June 2022. The board of directors were not made aware until October 13th, 2023, when you are notified in closed session. The activities relating to procuring a new vendor and issuing related solicitations were occurring from the end of 2022 throughout 2023 without the board's knowledge. These multiple paths squandered critical time to issue a public procurement and undermined the trust of the board and the public. The result was a hastily executed sole source contract awarded to Deloitte. Now I will proceed directly into the next investigation, which is the whistleblower investigation into SANDAG's new tolling back office system implementation. So as stated before, the board authorized a sole source to Deloitte of $28 million in January 12th, 2024. However, before that, on October 2nd, 2023, prior to Deloitte and A to B being selected, they provided their transition, SANDAG's transition plan to both the former CFO as well as the Director of Regional Transportation Services. The report included a section on the procurement of a new system that stated the following. The BOS RFP should be written to emphasize detailed, in-depth demonstrations showing actual system capabilities as opposed to brief written descriptions. Make the procurement process require the bidders to show me as opposed to tell me. Address the defects previously noted in requirements during Fagan's operational assessment and rework the overly cumbersome business requirements document. Ensure that the new operational and technical requirements provide the ability to conduct end-to-end system audits via screen, query searches, and reports on both individual and bulk transactions and revenue. Our objectives of our investigation were to determine if SANDAG's financial reporting needs were taken into consideration during the selection of Deloitte and A to B as vendors for the new BOS to replace ETAN's BOS. And did A to B's move beyond system provide the requisite financial reporting? We had 4 findings. The first was that the finance department's financial reporting needs were not considered during the procurement process. The next was system requirements were not developed for the replacement BOS implementation and therefore are absent in Deloitte's contract. The A to B move beyond software does not include an internal financial accounting system or a similar internal general ledger like ETAN's BOS does. And lastly, in April of 2024, SANDAG discovered a critical component needed to facilitate the integration of the new BOS with SANDAG's new ERP system was missing. I'll go through each finding in detail. First, finance department's needs were not considered during the procurement process. When we asked management, when we opened this investigation, whether the finance department's needs were considered, they responded that they could not find any information or documentation related to how finance needs were considered in the selection of Deloitte and A to B. SANDAG's consideration of various vendors to provide the new tolling BOS was limited to the approximately 5 vendors, and the documentation on this process is very limited. There is no written analysis as to why Deloitte and A to B were selected for a $28.7 million contract over the other vendors interviewed. There was only a 1-page sole source justification document. So just to remind everyone, one of the primary reasons SANDAG needed to procure a new BOS was that ETAN's BOS financial reporting could not be relied upon. Finding 2, system requirements were not developed for the replacement BOS implementation and therefore are absent in the contract with Deloitte. SANDAG instead defined the outcomes it wanted the system to produce instead of requirements. It is unclear why SANDAG believed defining outcomes was a viable option. The outcomes in Deloitte's contract state that SANDAG will provide the reports needed for alignment with the off-the-shelf system. Thus, the outcome is not defined. Instead, it is an action item for SANDAG to complete. This is contrary to Fagan's recommendation. As stated before, they said they've already done the operational risk assessment. So to rework the overly cumbersome business requirements to make sure that there's new operational and technical requirements are considered that report on both the individual and the bulk transactions and revenue. But regardless of whether it's an off-the-shelf software procurement or software is being developed, system requirements are the norm. They are not the exception. Fagan's tolling implementation experts stated when we interviewed them, they had never seen a project with an outcomes matrix. And a typical project would include system requirements and take 3 to 4 years to implement. SANDAG's prior 2016 back office system RFP took over 3 years to prepare involved outside consultants, and included over 2,000 system requirements. We found that Deloitte and Touche proposed a 7-month implementation schedule from user acceptance testing, production install to go live. So in 7 months from the time the contract was executed, we should be in a go live position. SANDAG at a minimum would not have been able to conclude that a 7-month implementation schedule was achievable. They didn't have the expertise to make that determination. It is unclear why Deloitte and A2B, with their industry and system implementation expertise, would have offered such a short implementation schedule without a thorough vetting of system requirements. SANDAG and the external contractor's due diligence appears to be insufficient for a complex system implementation. Finding 3, the A2B Move Beyond software does not include an internal financial accounting system like ETAN's BOS. So again, we asked management when we initiated this investigation if there was the accounting capabilities. Management responded that the Move Beyond system is a tolling commercial back office system and not designed to be an accounting system. According to the Director of Regional Transportation Services, the A2B BOS did not contain a financial accounting solution. They stated, A2B doesn't have a financial package. They connect to whatever your financial package is, or we could have told them to get one. But we said, no, you have to use the ERP. The SANDAG former CFO stated that the finance department was not involved in picking the financial solution, and the finance department was not given demos of the system. The finance department working on the implementation did believe that the new BOS system would be like the current ETAN BOS system and include a general ledger accounting system embedded into the tolling BOS. This is not the case. The new BOS does not include an internal general ledger system. Discussions and disagreements regarding the system's capabilities have gone on for months and involved all levels of SANDAG staff and multiple consultants. The financial reporting capabilities integrated between the new BOS and SANDAG's ERP are planned to occur during phase 2. Just to remind you, phase 1 is the initial 7-month period. The process then, in the meantime, in phase 1, will be performed by SANDAG's finance department manually. They have informed us that it would be more laborious than what they are currently doing to produce financial statements from ETAN's BOS system. The finance department staff is overtaxed with ETAN's workarounds that were reported in the March 2024 investigation, annual audit requests and reports, the new BOS implementation, and a new system-wide ERP implementation that has also proved to be difficult. This is an example of ineffective internal project management and resource planning contributing to employee burnout and low morale. The Director of Regional Transportation Services informed OIPA that SANDAG's former Deputy CEO and CIO stated the SANDAG's ERP system would be able to handle the financial transactions for the new tolling back office system. Finding 4. In April 2024, SANDAG discovered that a critical component was missing to facilitate the integration of the new BOS with SANDAG's new ERP system. The BOS financial data must interface with SANDAG's new ERP system to prepare SANDAG's financial system statements. In order to do that, the industry standard document defining how a system interfaces with another system is the ICD, or the Interface Control Document. An ICD describes all data going into and all data coming out of a system. There is no pre-existing ICD for SANDAG's new ERP system. The contract with Deloitte states that the interface between the BOS and SANDAG's ERP must adhere to the ICD provided by the agency. But there is none. And in April 2024, SANDAG informed Deloitte that there was no ICD, and Deloitte responded on April 8th that SANDAG has informed us there is no pre-existing ICD for the ERP system. Given that SANDAG plans to create an untested ICD for this purpose, we need to extend the project schedule to make room for risk mitigation testing and revisions to this ICD on both the Move Beyond and the Tyler ERP systems. In conclusion, SANDAG embarked on an expedited and uncoordinated process to replace ETAN's BOS. Best procurement and project management practices were not utilized. Lessons learned from the prior ETAN's BOS implementation were ignored. The goal was to fix it quickly without laying the groundwork for success as recommended by Fagan. Creating system requirements with subject matter experts and stakeholders would have flushed out risks and failure points in the project. So while A to B is an off-the-shelf commercial tolling system, a significant piece SANDAG failed to consider was the amount of planning needed on the front end to successfully implement the new BOS, even though SANDAG's vendor, Fagan, had warned significant pre-planning was needed. We make 6 recommendations at a minimum for management to consider. First is clearly defining senior management roles, responsibilities, and expectations, including when special project assignments are made, and that the CEO should hold senior managers accountable to such. 2, to require key senior leadership positions have the requisite project management skills to effectively manage large-scale internal projects. 3, to revise sole source policies and procedures for IT to preclude sole source awards except for demonstrated proprietary, compatibility, or unique functionality issues only. An IT system implementation would not qualify. 4, require system requirements be developed for IT system solutions and all stakeholders are formally included in the process with the appropriate time built into the process. 5, multi-million-dollar contract awards must include sufficient pre-award analysis to demonstrate a vendor has been formally evaluated against SANDAG's project requirements. SANDAG's project requirements must be fully defined before award is determined. And last, formal post-evaluations of all multi-million-dollar projects should be conducted, lessons learned documented, and corrective action plans for future projects prepared and presented to the CEO. And we will report out on the status of the recommendations to the audit committee and the board on a semi-annual basis. We had requested that management provide a response within 2 weeks. They have done so, and they will be presenting their response shortly. At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to the audit committee chair, Zito.
Thank you, Courtney. I do want to say on behalf of the audit committee, thank you for you and your team addressing these investigations so quickly, and also thanks to current management for their cooperation in the investigations. The audit committee heard these items and recommended adoption of all of the OIPA recommendations to the board. I think it's worth pointing out a couple things that, well, one, the audit committee has not heard the management response, so we don't have any input on the management response. It was not ready at the time when this item was before the audit committee. But relative to some of the issues found, it's worth noting that we do have on our work plan this year an audit of the sole source practices on the audit work plan this year. And so we will be seeing likely additional recommendations around sole sourcing in addition to the ones that we already have. And then 2, you'll notice in the next staff report that's tracking all of the prior recommendations. There is an existing recommendation out there about informing the board if a contract over a certain dollar amount isn't performing, and being able to get working on that recommendation would be certainly a good thing. Given the serious findings of the nature of the findings in these reports or investigations, I thought it was important to bring up a short conversation with the audit committee because they are so serious, which was a question that was asked of the auditor, whether or not, as was identified in these reports, that this was all likely just due to poor management and lack of process and poor management, or if there's evidence found of fraud or other illicit activities that warrant either further internal or external investigations. And the statement that came back from the independent performance auditor is that this is just very poor management, and that their opinion is that further investigations around that type of activity aren't warranted, but clearly there's a lot of work to be done. So I just wanted to make sure that that was brought up ahead of time so we can consider that. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Mario for the management response.
Thank you. So I won't take a very long time. As I presented in September 27th and also October 11th, nothing positive, but if there's something to say is that a lot of these recommendations are already being put in place. And we have worked with OIPA on it and during the investigation. But, you know, when something is bluntly wrong, you go and fix it, right? You don't wait for the recommendations to come out when it's so obvious. So we have done that. And as you could see in our presentation, that sometimes it was a little bit long, but you know, we have reorganized, we have created the mega projects and the program management units focusing on delivery. Under mega projects, we have the ITS, intelligent transportation systems, where it would fall, a special unit that's going to be putting out this type of projects. It's going to be based on the systems requirements, protocols that the federal highways and DOT has, as well as Caltrans. It is on the sole source items. We're already having sole source meetings on every single contract, as I mentioned to you. Every single sole source comes to me now to get evaluated. On ITS projects, it's the same situation. I mentioned to Courtney and to Chair Cito that we should have a conversation, because sometimes IT projects bring a lot of innovation. I think Courtney brings it up in those possible exceptions. We're going to work on best practices. It would be naive to say, you know, the investigation and the report is spot on, like I have mentioned before. Again, doing things too fast to check the box, and that happened with the back office and the ERP. So we have put in, I would say, the majority of the recommendations are in place. We will also be setting up the best practices meeting when projects during closeout projects. This is all standard project management procedures. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're just going to apply what the rest of the world does. So that is, I won't take more of your time. I think we will welcome any questions, and on my part, I will be willing to dive into any detailed questions, as well as my team. I think the last point that I do want to make is, you know, Courtney mentioned that there were several activities going on. I remember it were 4 or 5. You know, the first 2 ones were, you know, Alex, could you raise your hand? Alex Estrella is the agency expert who was in task of doing this type of projects, but wasn't asked to get involved in the back office system before. He was doing the OME and the other project. He will be now the person in charge at a management level. But what was happening is, it seems that everybody was doing their own stuff, and on the top, they weren't connecting the dots. Right, so that's where it falls on somebody like me, who has my position, as well as my management experts. Let it be mega project, let it be in this time Alex, to say, hey, this is where we bring everything together, right? The big picture. And it seems there were a lot of one-offs, and there was a hasty decision, not taking the recommendations of the consultants and of staff, which is doing systems requirement and concept of operations. Like Courtney says, that takes around between 1 to 3 years to develop. It's like building a house without architectural plans. That's kind of how I can frame it. I think we will welcome any questions.
Let me go ahead and open it up for public comment, and then we'll have member comments.
Thank you. I have 2 in-person public commenters on 6A and B. Truth will be followed by Michael Brando, and they will be followed by 4 virtual commenters.
A house built on systemic stupidity on the fast track to failure. The culture wasn't fix it, it's been cover it up. It's easy to lay it all on those in the former SANDAG Soviet, but you guys are the ones who chose the monopoly contract with Deloitte without an internal financial accounting system. It's a broken toll system because the system here is also broken. What happened to P-Square Solutions, and what did Catherine Blakespeare and Todd Gloria know in 2022? From a 2019 Seattle Times article, quote, continued delays have caused Washington DOT to lose confidence in Eton's ability to meet the standards of readiness required for go live. The company paid $930,000 in penalties, but will earn $45 million through 2029 to manage 5 toll roads, end quote. Why did SANDAG choose Eton with this information publicly available? There's a quote about Hassan saying he believed Eton's problems were in his authority. Would it be different for Mario if he's claiming oversight over so many different departments? And how does that differ from when Nora single-handedly chose CPS to offer up Mario? See, SANDAG's missing checks and balances, and my critique of the report is put the timelines first so I can just get a real quick glance of it. And
Your time expired. Michael Brando, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Alan C.
I echo everything Truth just said. However, I do want to say, Courtney, you did a great job with your report. That's a lot of detail and minutia, and even without your coffee, you did a great job. And David, thank you too, because I think there's probably different spirits in this, I'm not being metaphysical, but different energies in this organization, because the audit department seems to be really on the up and up, and there may be some other areas that are not so much. But again, this goes back to the whole thing about trust, which I used to talk about a lot here. And it was mentioned about transparency, accountability, and internal coordination. Again, that has to do with interpersonal relationships. And when an organization is missing that, whether it's at the board of directors or in smaller groups, things fall apart. It self-implodes. I've said that at the County of San Diego many times, self-implode. No one has to do anything. It happens on its own until we get ourselves right. Thank you.
Alan C. will be followed by Paul the Bold. Alan, go ahead.
NBC San Diego, 45,000 drivers billed incorrect toll charge. Previous audit, Mayor's report, finding 8. Contracts awarded for services that in-house staff employees should be qualified to perform. You failed back in 22 by hiring this group literally a month after we got unanimous vote to remove the toll. Then you got this new toll readers in that caused all these problems, and now you're doing it again. Last meeting, the auditors said that we will have continued problems. Yet you use transit funds to buy the toll road. Close the books now. Transit promised freeways, not tolls. It actually stated 125 freeway, not tolls. So it never should have been a toll in the first place. Do the right thing. Close out the tolls. Stop it now. I yield back.
Our next commenter, Paul the Bold, will be followed by the final 3, phone number 899, phone number 813, and Blair Beekman. Paul, go ahead.
It is good that the auditor posts a report. Thank you, Courtney. However, the report shows that SANDAG is unable to police itself and is yet another reason to reject Proposition G. Anyone who believes that SANDAG can properly administer the money with a so-called independent board made of mostly SANDAG people is living in a fantasy world. It is also unfortunate that the time taken to prep a report on items that are repeatedly ignored or delayed is taking time away to examine new issues properly. In the present report, I see that SANDAG still cannot tell on a daily basis that all systems are operated correctly, which is basic to the whole scheme. The system cannot be verified, the toll should be removed. And I'd hate to be the lawyer who has to defend a system which...
And your time expired. Our next commenter, 899, phone number 899, please go ahead.
Hi, Mary Davis here. First of all, thank you to IPA Ruby for this outstanding report. You broke it down, and I echo Michael's kudos to you. for your integrity as well, and also to David Zito for leading with integrity. This report shows that this is a toxic culture where the staff continues to run things, not the board, the way it should be. So please, Mario, revert that and bring everybody to account. It also, the one point I do digress with is that, or diverge, is that gross incompetence versus a deliberate intent to deceive or defraud. I would argue that there was willful obfuscation month after month from June 22 to October 2023. It's not like it was just 1 or 2 months. You're talking well over a year. And I urge the DA to consider bringing some type of criminal investigation on this, because you have defrauded, the past administration defrauded the public, cost millions of taxpayer money. Again, thank you, IPA Ruby and Mr. Zito.
Our next commenter, phone number 813, will be followed by the final commenter, Blair Beekman. 813, please go ahead. Sorry, 813, go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, honestly, all I kept hearing was not BOS, but BS. And it wasn't long for an investigation, indicates it wasn't hard to find the corruption and wrongdoings. Whistleblower hotline, I still see that as a joke considering SANDAG fired people speaking up before. So convenient for you guys to stitch now, right? And many of you had knowledge of these things at some point while Hassan was still here, but you didn't speak up. And the one who, yeah, like I said, the one who wasn't a coward, I forgot her name, but she was fired. SANDAG did absolutely nothing about it. Reckless and such incompetence is putting it nicely. Gosh, such poor reckless management, such carelessness. Seriously, SANDAG needs to be done with already. And yeah, just as the other callers say, I echo what the other the other speakers just said too. It's just so sad. 125 should not be a toll road, never should have been. And it's disgusting that more people are outraged by everything that this.
And your time expired. Our final commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. Thanks for this item. Thanks for the work on it. I heard beginning words that there wasn't blame to be shared, and that worried me. As the report went on, you started going into a list more of what SANDAG staff can be doing differently, and what their accepted responsibility should be. I think I was hearing, so thank you. It sounds like you're trying for something. What other public commenters were saying. Thank you for that. I really hope, the work I do with tech accountability, I hope can be a friend to and helper to what you guys are trying to do, and it can be something to lean on and look to. I hope we're building a different policy system and how we communicate with each other in SANDAG, and it can be more clear. We have a new CEO that can help with that. I hope we can just be open and conducive to dialogue with each other. That's so key. And good luck how we can do that. Accountability is key. Good luck in that. Thank you.
And that concludes the public comments on items 6A and B.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to Courtney and the Office of Independent Performance Auditor for your work and your team for all the investigations and the audit committee. I know that we've been, it has been a top priority for all of us. Needless to say, the findings are concerning and disappointing to learn of the delay and the lack of open communication, transparency, which should have taken place immediately upon learning about the facts. I do believe that there's no more important responsibility that we have as SANDAG to ensure efficient, effective, and how we're using the public funds to protect the integrity of our regional infrastructure. So I think the findings presented today are crucial for understanding how we can improve our operations and ensure that they serve our community effectively. One of my top priorities as chair of SANDAG, particularly on this item, has been to make sure that we are back on track, right? We have spent a lot of time on making sure that we're addressing the issues with State Route 125 and also rolling out an action plan to ensure all tolling issues are resolved as soon as possible, and that we we've led the efforts to make sure that independent investigations from you are taking place, and that information and the recommendations are moved forward efficiently, so that we are being responsible with our resources and being accountable and transparent throughout the process. So as Mario stated in his response, a reorganization is currently taking place and underway. Given what we've learned today, during every step of that process, the recommendations outlined in the whistleblowers report need to be considered and integrated, including management's commitment to developing new and more stringent standard operating procedures for multi-million-dollar procurement process. And, really thinking about the culture shift happening so that it is a top priority, and ensuring that improvement happens quickly, and that folks are able to, so that we are able to make informed decisions as a board as well. So appreciate the renewed commitment. I appreciate all of the findings. And so I think as we move forward, we have to continue to get updates on where we are and making sure that our constituents are taken care of. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up for our rest of our board members. And I have Councilmember Carolina Chavez.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, what an incredible presentation. Thank you so much. It's very disturbing to hear very poor management when you're talking about millions of dollars lost. It's disturbing. I just hated that phrase. Thank you. I really want to extend my gratitude to the Office of the Independent Performance Auditor for its unwavering commitment to transparency that is crucial and essential for us to perform our duties effectively as a board. Past management concealed the full scope of issues with the SR 125 tolling system for 18 months. Let's not forget that. When we were finally informed last October about the operational challenges, management continued to downplay the severity, attempting to mislead this board into believing they were manageable. But they weren't. Poor management. Previous management hastily pushed through a sole source contract to satisfy the board, but failed to take the necessary steps to ensure that a project of this scale and importance was managed responsibly. I fully support OIPA's recommendations and commend management's willingness to adopt procedural changes that will ensure a situation like this will never happen again. However, I cannot leave it unsaid. The real cost of this mismanagement will fall on the South Bay community, who will bear the burden of transitioning to yet another tolling system at no fault of their own. It's time to prioritize our community by putting an end to these tolls once and for all. And I just have one more question. What assurance do we have? I guess this is the question that we're all thinking about, that this sole source contract will not suffer the same challenges as the previous system. Is staff confident that we can proceed with this sole source, and why?
I would direct that question to management. Thank you, Councilmember.
We have discussed this in open and closed door session. The board has given us a short and long-term vision where we want to go. What we have been doing through the team, the new team that was presented last time, Antoinette presented the delays, is we're basically have been building the systems requirement before we allow data migration to occur in the system to be implemented. It will have challenges. Currently, we're still working with ETAM because that's the only way to collect funds. So there is that need to bring in a new system in place. And the board has also given us direction on the longer vision for tolling for this region.
Councilmember Musgrove.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ruby and Dave, for a great presentation. It is extremely troubling, and be very brief. I sat in this chair 1 year ago and listened to a presentation that the executive team became fully aware of the shortcomings 2 months prior in August, and that we needed to get this done. in October. So we have to have this in place so we can get the ball rolling. So by July of 24, we'll have a system in place, which we now find out was a great big lie. And we were lied to by our executive team. And looking at the presentation, we have some names that are named, but we asked this question and continue to ask when we talk about an executive management team, who is that management team and who are the senior managers that are identified? Because until we can bridge that gap, we have still lost the trust of the public. And I want our team to work. It's not the board's job to run this organization. It's the management team. So until we get to that particular point, my faith is not restored. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. These audits reveal serious lapses in management's handling of ETAN's performance and Deloitte's procurement. It's extremely concerning to know that critical issues were identified as early as 2022, yet the executive team didn't take the timely action to inform the board of directors or address the failures. SANDAG pursued 4 different paths simultaneously, as was mentioned, to resolve this issue, ultimately leading to the waste of public resources and an uncoordinated process that really undermined the transparency and accountability of this agency. What's even more concerning is that the board of directors was kept in the dark about ETAN's performance failures until October 2023, nearly a year after management was aware of the severity of the issues. The audit's findings shows that the sole source contract with Deloitte was awarded hastily without following best procurement practices and lessons learned from the prior ETAN BOS implement and the prior ETAN's BOS implementations were just flatly ignored. Financial reporting needs were overlooked and the system requirements were not developed prior to the contract, leading to further gaps in the implementation. As noted in the conclusion of the audit report, the goal was to fix it quickly without laying the groundwork for success as recommended by Fagan. That's just simply unacceptable to me. We absolutely need to ensure that we restore public trust by implementing the auditor's recommendations, which include better defined leadership roles, robust project management, and a stronger procurement process to prevent these issues in the future. Given the known issues with the previous ETAN contract and the rush nature of the Deloitte contract, why did staff not clearly document SANDAG's needs and requirements before executing the agreement? And that would be to management.
Could you repeat that question?
Yeah,
I caught
so-
a part of it.
No, that's fine. Why did staff not clearly document SANDAG's needs and requirements before executing the agreement?
That was the past management, that they didn't follow practices. I can't answer for them. But I have said to the majority of you in open and closed door, you do not put out a system of this type without the architectural in place.
Okay. And why was the missing interface control document for the ERP system, which I hear is the roadmap essentially for the system? Why was the system not identified earlier? And what's the plan to prevent similar integration oversight in future projects?
The integration part, Alex, if you want to come over and help me out here, the integration that it's being done right now, we're looking at a basic system to come online while we're looking at a longer term solution. But the integration, we have had now the meetings with finance, the meetings with all the different departments, the operations center, to really codify those systems requirement. The last meeting, you as a board also elected to reduce some of the backlog of some old accounts. That's also part of the challenges that was having to data migrate so much data. It was just basically impossible. Those are my points there. Alex, I don't know if you want to add some more.
Good morning, Alex, Technology Planning Manager for SANDAG. Thanks for the question. It's a great question. I think Mario alluded to the fact that we are going to change our procedures from a structural perspective, agency structure to include that we do a thorough job upfront, the proper planning that needs to be happening. Moving forward for this specific project, in my initial assessment when I came in, we did discover that there's specific elements that were not also delivered under the ERP system, including the interface control document, right? But we also discovered that we do have an API, what we call an application programming interface. So there's a number of elements that we're examining to address that gap. And that'll allow us to determine, the different modules, the databases between the different systems, so then we can allow both systems to talk to each other. So that's something that we're going to be focused on as we implement the new BOSS. So there's mechanisms in place, but nonetheless, I would just like to step back and express the sentiment that I'm hearing that from a technical perspective, as long as we have the structure in place, the harness from an institutional, the leadership, that we all have to come on board to own what we're building. And that's what Mario's put into place. Because as much as we like to do on the technical side, if we don't have that leadership in place and the structure from all of you, but also from an agency-wide perspective, whether it's myself or any technical team, if we don't have that in place to set the expectations, set the accountability component behind it, then we're going to fail again.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the comments, Mr. Estrella. And another thing that I want to hit on is the reality is that a trusted contractor with significant industry expertise, Deloitte, in my opinion, had a responsibility to inform SANDAG early on if they identified limitations in fulfilling the scope of work, particularly around the financial reporting and systems integration. I think Deloitte should have flagged the absence of clear system requirements and the missing interface control documents for the ERP system much sooner. Their failure to do so has resulted in unnecessary delays and increased project risk. Their responsibility wasn't just to deliver a system, but also to ensure that SANDAG had a clear understanding of the project's risks and the feasibility of the proposed timeline. Deloitte agreed to a 7-month implementation schedule, despite lacking critical details like the system requirements and the interface control documents. They should have warned SANDAG that this timeline was not realistic given the complexity of the project. Ultimately, in my opinion, both SANDAG executive management and Deloitte share responsibilities for the issues we now face with the new back office system. And moving forward, we need to ensure that any contractor, especially one of Deloitte's caliber, takes ownership of identifying project gaps and communicates this information to SANDAG to prevent such issues from being discovered too late. I don't think I heard, I don't know if this was asked, but what are we implementing to make sure world-renowned contractors like Deloitte don't do the same thing they did on this item?
I would say the audit committee and recommendation about being more diligent and really reducing the number of sole source contracts, right? Putting out the due process where you filter the qualifications, where you have a robust team evaluating the application, but also the companies. It's built in the process. The problem, the process wasn't followed and it was done hastily.
Okay, well, I think we have a difference of opinion on the responsibility of our contractors.
We have a responsibility ourselves.
Absolutely.
And the contractor also has a responsibility. Again, if you ask me what do we do to avoid this, is do not go and run and make decisions on the fly, right? There is a process. There's an institutional process. There's a systems requirement that takes 1, 2, or 3 years to pull out. And those were the activities, actually the first parallel two activities. That team was doing their due diligence. Unfortunately, a decision was made that didn't follow what they should have followed, right? You don't go to stair number 10 from stair 1 in one jump because you may fall.
But shouldn't Deloitte, a leading expert in this field, shouldn't they have known that? Shouldn't they have said, hey, we can't go from stair 1 to stair 10?
I can't speak for them.
I hear you.
But what I can tell you is, or what I cannot tell you is what conversations occur, what assurances were that I'll get you this data, or maybe they didn't bring it up. I don't know that, to be quite honest. And Alex also wasn't in the room. He just started taking over this when I came in as the CEO.
No, and I thank you, and I recognize the difference of the executive team, and I do appreciate your work. And honestly, I appreciate you taking all these questions, right, that are essentially directed at you because you took on this role, and I think the world of you. So I hope that there will be a lot of changes coming forward, as you stated. I also want to thank Ms. Ruby and the auditing staff for just such an excellent audit. Also to Audit Committee Chair Zito for ushering this very difficult audit through. I want to send my thank you to you as well. And Chair, thank you for the time. That concludes my comments on this item.
You're welcome. And just for clarification to management, I mean, understanding that there are, very clear ways of managing these initiatives and projects from both sides, right? I mean, I've managed many projects. I'm sure a lot of people have. So I think at the core here is what has been found is that management was not doing their job. And what we're looking for now is ensuring that there are systems in place that are that are institutionalized so that you have dashboards, you have briefings, you have updates. And as soon as these red flags come up, we as a board are saying our risk tolerance for continued initiatives of this kind have to be immediate. And I think that's very clear from what you're hearing from every board member here, right? If there is a problem, come to us. It's not you were hired to fix problems. Yes, it's part of your job, but the reality is we need to know. Right. So I think that is part of the response that I think management, that our auditors have shared with us as well. So Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the report. I do have one question, Ms. Ruby, because again, we pride ourselves on transparency. In the findings, the first thing says, WIPA did not find that any members of the board of directors were notified prior to late 2003 of Eaton's significant performance issues. How was that determined?
That was determined through our procedures that we went through in the investigation to determine if information was shared, and based on our evaluation of emails and searches and interviews, we did not determine that that information was shared.
And again, I'm not trying to poke holes, but I spent 3 days with Ray and Colleen in Detroit in 2003 in June, and I never received a call asking. So I'm just curious. I won't say I'm concerned. I'm just curious of the investigation, the process, because I think it's important that going back to 2022, that all members of the board should probably have been notified. And I know it's probably a lot quicker to do email searches and those types of things. So is the overall feeling that it was just kind of like a general notification, or was it kind of in depth to find out who knew what?
It's based on the procedures that we're putting forth. So we're looking to see, based on those interviews, those searches, what information is coming back, and then if follow-up is warranted. So we did not see any evidence that that information was shared, that it was, as stated in the report, it was a operational issue, and that it wasn't a matter that was being discussed with the board prior to that October timeline.
Okay, like I said, I felt that it was just important for the public to know how the process works. When it talks that number one finding is that no one on the board from 2022 to the end of to the late part of 2023 knew of anything regarding this, which, I would feel that maybe a little bit deeper dive in something so serious might be warranted in the future. However, I don't think in the future we should have any of these issues. I think that overall, we as a board at our last meeting, we determined that SANDAG needs to get the hell out of the tolling operations because it's something that we're not expert. We haven't been since this was started back, I think, in 2011. And I'd like to see where the exit strategy is. I know we're trying to right the boat at this point, but I think that we would probably be best to, at some point, figure out how we get a third party just to take over the process. Let's focus on what SANDAG is really good at and not worry about what we're trying to learn. And the learning curve on this has been steep. It's been costly. It's, again, cost not so much the dollars of the taxpayer, which I find is hard to swallow, but I also think that the trust, I sit around, look at my colleagues here, and I think we all feel a little hurt, deceived, whatever you name, any adjective you want, that we were on the board and we were given what we felt was right direction by previous management. And unfortunately, it's come back to be erroneous in its how it was presented to us. So I think that, for me, I'm grateful that we're at the point where we're hopefully at the bottom of the hill and we're going to be continuing to go on the right direction from here. Lesson learned, huge lesson. Mario, thank you for putting in place some processes that will prevent this on all aspects, not just tolling, but every project that we do. And I think it's important that staff, when we go out and we're looking to purchase something, we know exactly what we need, not just what we think we need. And so, I'm grateful for this, and I hope that we do look forward to getting out of the tolling operation as soon as we can. I don't think it's in our lane. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gasterlin?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. We're changing all the time, aren't we? So I want to reflect a little bit on how we managed to get here. In 2022, Catherine Blakespeare was our chair. Todd Gloria was our vice chair. I don't recall who was our second vice chair. And I would hope that you reached out directly to them and asked them, did they know anything in 2022? Was there any glimmer? Because they would have been in a position potentially to have heard something. And if they didn't, then that means this was really deep, dark, undercover. And if they did, well, maybe they didn't quite understand, as many of the people who knew something but didn't understand the impact of what they knew, as you said in your report. So reflecting, there was something that was completely missing, and that was the requirements analysis. So I don't know who else on our board in 2022, 2023, or now is a professional software developer. I have been, that's what I teach as a computer science and DNA analysis professor at UCSD. And I have to say, I believed what we were being told by our staff. We heard the word trust in a public comment. I trusted our staff. When I reflect and ask, how did I get snowed by this? And that's how I feel. I feel betrayed. I feel snowed. I feel that I have not been told the truth, but that even worse, I've been told things, and I'm going to go back and I'm going to watch those meetings that led me, somebody who also should have been in a position to understand the situation, to believe that everything was okay. Like Councilmember Fisher, I was in one-on-one with Colleen. I was in one-on-two with Colleen and Hassan, and I was in one-on-one with Ray Major. And nobody came to me and asked, hey, Terry, did you meet with anybody? Did they ever say anything? I would suggest that we add that to the investigation. Let's just go ahead and ask all board members from January 2022 to now, let's make sure that verbally nobody knew anything. Then reflecting, I ask, who develops software and oversees systems requirements and design? I/O is what it's called, input, output, at SANDAG. And I think about a completely independent example. Del Mar received a RENA assignment back in 2018, 2019 that was based on jobs alone. And Del Mar finally got EDD data that we could do a check Yes, me as a programmer, I wrote code to do some of the checking. And what we learned was that about 200 3-day-long jobs at a music festival increased Delmar's RENA assignment by 5%. It was actually 10% of what it should have been. So it was 5% of what we got. So there's an example of creative thinking, checks and balances, team members working together on requirements analysis. So for RENA, requirements is set aside the jobs that last for less than a month. Set aside the jobs that are in post office boxes and set aside the jobs that are companies using an address to report from a residential street, and they're sending 70 nurses into home medical treatment around the country. Those 70 nurses are not in Del Mar. So I say that as an example that I'm worried that these software issues run deeper and broader, and it is no fault of the SANDAG staff members who are dealing with and writing that software. 2 weeks ago, right there, we heard from our finance folks who said, we just figured out that the new tolling system isn't going to talk to our finance system at all. And they pushed the stop button and said, we need to talk to Deloitte. So I would say our SANDAG staff, the people on the ground doing the project, they did the right thing and they did it the moment that they knew. So that's where the checks and balances are. You know, I've heard the number that some large proportion of our staff are less than 4 years at SANDAG. Let's take advantage of that youth and that vigor and that newness to the situation, and let's listen to the questions that those folks are asking. I think that's another source for potential internal checks and balances. You told us several meetings ago about the whistleblowers and the whistleblowers line, and I'm really glad that there was one that complemented this first investigation that we had asked for, because it gave you a path to go deeper. And I would encourage our staff, when you see something, say something. And that's what we did in New York City. So a few questions. I would like to know who was in the meetings with the 5 vendors where they had discussions about potentially becoming the contractor on this project. Who was in those discussions? How was it determined who knew? We've heard that now and I've specified. So that question, I guess, has been answered. And now I've said, I'd really like to know verbally from everyone at every level from 2022, 23, and 24 on our board. Did they hear anything? Could we have caught something as board members? And I'm going to end on this note. We didn't ask the questions here at this board. What are the questions we didn't ask? We didn't ask, is the tolling software system that we were told was plug and play, off the shelf, and able to do international transactions because it was from Switzerland? We didn't ask the questions. And we didn't ask the questions because we didn't know to ask the questions. You know, even I, who may be closest, and I don't know because I don't know the backgrounds of all of our board members, I should have known somehow to ask the questions, but I trusted the people who were in charge. I assumed that they were telling me the truth. So this does make me wonder if this board of elected officials with varying professional backgrounds, we're all really smart in this room, but we have a variety of backgrounds. Are we intrinsically equipped to be able to oversee these kinds of projects? Are we equipped and ready to be responsible for these projects? Because we are. The buck stops with us. Unless we ask the question, were we deceived? Were we kept away from information we should have had? So I hope we all reflect on this. I certainly am going to reflect more.
Councilmember Robinson?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. And I too want to thank the auditors and the work you did. I would imagine in that process, there was a lot of Texas two-step and you had to go through to get to the truth a little bit. So thank you. As an alternate, I get to come here once in a while and I don't get to live through this like everybody else has in all the detail, but I won't voice all my questions and concerns. But I did, when I knew I was coming, I had a chance last night to sit and read through the entire report. And as I told somebody, the only uplifting parts of the report are the front cover and back cover, because everything else through it just speaks of failure somewhere. And I'm glad that Mario has already implemented some of the recommendations. The other part that I was very glad to read is that it was former employees, former, and I truly, I don't normally have malice for people, but I truly hope that the individuals that are former, this performance follows them wherever they go, because they have no business working in government, in my opinion, working for a government agency or working for the people ever again. And it was all, the only question I have, and it was talked a little bit about responsibility, and Deloitte was mentioned, and A to B. We've kind of pulled back the sheets now on where our situation lies. Is there any way that we go to these large, like Deloitte, and where they might implement a checks and balance system that they have to look at what their employees did or what their responsibilities were? I mean, we've accepted our responsibility. I just wonder, is there anything we can do to ensure that they do some sort of similar type audit of their performance?
I don't know the answer to that, but we have brought up our concerns to them and to their upper management. I personally had one meeting with them and I questioned them, where were the systems requirements? And they did get very nervous. They said it was kind of a design build. I said, I never heard that a system of this sophistication gets done that way. So we have been focused on trying to fix the issue, but we can have further discussions also as best practices, right, for future endeavors. I can tell you that, you know, without going on a limb here, is that the question Councilmember Moreno asked about, you know, how do you avoid this, is having the right teams when you're doing the selection, evaluating the proposals, evaluating the companies, and good or bad, people remember what has happened, right? And those are experiences as references. So I can leave it at that also.
Yeah, I just think, and just, I just think it just doesn't seem right that a company such as Deloitte, huge international company, that there isn't some way that we can have input to ensure that if there's anybody with responsibility in that company who didn't deal fairly and is not held to some sort of accountability. So that's all.
We can bring it up to them.
Councilmember Campillo?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your report. A couple quick specific questions. I'm going to focus my questions on Fagan and their interaction. I'm noticing you pointed out on slide 16 that there's 4 paths that SANDAG staff embarked upon. A couple slides before that, it says that Fagan was debriefing folks in June of 2022. How early was Fagan involved in understanding the back office system problem and the collection of tolls issue?
I believe that Fagan, the BOS risk assessment, I believe, went out to as a request for calls or request for proposals in March. They were awarded in May. So that's when they began doing the work around the BOS risk assessment. Then what this is however focused on the 4 paths that occur after the issues are known. So the tracing, the line there is they come out in July, you know, or June in the debrief and say, you need to move away from E10. they remain involved so that then when the new regional transportation services director is onboarded in August, they have a debriefing or a meeting to come back to the point that, this is a priority. Priority is not my word. I want to use what I have in the report to simultaneously be working on the RFP.
Okay, and so they were advising higher level executives at SANDAG about how the BOS system should look, the requirements it should have. It's my understanding they're a very qualified national consultant on tolling systems with certification for California as well.
Council member, I
Yes,
just
please.
want to call your attention, everyone's attention to page 16 of the report. Ron Fagan, who is the head of Fagan Consulting, was interviewed, and we say that during the investigation, he confirmed SANDAG never acted on Fagan's recommendations to expedite an RFQ to procure a new back office system to replace ETAN. And that, again, the timeline demonstrates Fagan remained involved. They were consistent in their process as far as what they recommended.
I guess the point I'm going to get to here is that the consultant was raising red flags, advising us on the way we should have put this together, but that information was never acted upon. That's a correct characterization, right?
It is correct. And so it's at first saying you need to go issue this RFP, you need to do this. But not only that, then SANDAG in May executes a task order for them to prepare the transition plan.
Right.
They again repeat things that they've said in the past.
What I'm wondering is, in your investigation, did you find any reasons why, was there any justification for why staff were looking at receiving this information and saying, no, we're going to override that and decide to go in a different direction? Were there any justifications given? Because my fundamental problem is that a good step is to hire a good consultant who understands the problem to advise you on things you might not understand. Obviously, SANDAG ought to understand its own system best and then figure out how they're going to transition. You have a great consultant to do that, but nothing was listened to. There was lots of problems here, but a systemic problem was having a consultant that you're paying and then just seemingly not listening to. Was there any justification you found in anything that you read that said why they said, thanks for the recommendation, Fagan, we've decided to go in a different direction?
No, and I think that goes back to in identifying the 4 paths in the investigation finding is to demonstrate to the public and to you all. These things were occurring simultaneously, as the CEO stated, sometimes without even connecting the dots inside SANDAG that all these pieces were occurring.
Were there,
so there was no justification.
Were there common members of each of these paths who are a member of path 4 with Fagan who were in path 3, path 2, and path 1 who would have known those recommendations to be able to inform other parts of the process to say, hold on, I'm hearing from Fagan that this is not the right path forward. We need to not do that.
The common member would be the Regional Transportation Services Director, who is in relation to currently still employed. So,
okay. I think that we have a lot of, there's lots of things to be worried about this report. My question for current staff is we have a lot of consultants on board. This one is a particularly different type of issue that's not about construction. It's not about planning. It's about toll collecting. We need to make sure that staff are listening to the contracted consultants who are giving us this advice on any number of things that we're working on. And when a recommendation is not adhered to, we have to have a justification for why as a board, because we're spending the public's money to bring in consultants to advise us the best. And if we're not taking that, if we're paying for a recommendation and not taking it, I think we ought to have good justification for not listening to it. That's my 2 cents on that. And I would wonder if you're seeing...
I'll go a little bit deeper than what Courtney's answer was. At the end, like I mentioned on my comments, but what I saw, I didn't investigate it, but I have done an assessment, and there wasn't at the management level an ITS, Intelligent Transportation Systems, person expert in that field. So unfortunately, the recommendations were coming out. They probably were floated up and up. They weren't taken into consideration. I don't know exactly what happened, but that's why we have now the new structure that I've been mentioning. And that's why Mr. Estrella, who's pretty knowledgeable on this subject, and actually he was doing the OMS, the OME in the back office because he was following systems procedure, but he wasn't empowered in the agency to look at the big picture. And I think management was sometimes relying on the operators and not on the technology developers. And that's something that I mentioned also on my assessment. You know, we always have to hear when we're going to do something construct, we're going to the users, right? So in this case, the users was going to be the toll ops center and it's going to be finance. Yes, they didn't talk to finance and they barely talked to the toll center. And the toll center manager, she's in charge of managing people, customer services, but not developing an ITS system.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Mr. Orso, I guess what I'm saying here is if we're going to spend a lot of money on good consultants who give us recommendations, but staff's recommendation for us to vote on is different, we should be presented with that in staff reports to explain why we're deviating from that. Because if we had Fagan here when we were making our votes and said, what does Fagan think? They probably would have said, we didn't tell him to do that. And at which point 18 board members would have said, hold on a second, we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars for an excellent consultant to tell us something that staff is not telling us to do. I don't want it to be a systemic problem throughout other divisions. This is a particularly complicated type of thing, the BOS. So that's my recommendation on how we move forward to make sure we don't make the same mistake is staff present to us in staff reports. Our paid consultant has recommended these 5 things. We are taking 4 out of 5. The 5th one we're not following because of X, Y, and Z reason so that we are best informed. Thank you for your help.
Councilmember Shu? Oh, no, I'm sorry, Mayor Kranz.
Thank you. And I will say that I couldn't agree more with many of the comments that have been made here today, and also express my appreciation for the effort that went into this investigation. Footnote 1 on page 1 says executive team members included former Chief Executive Officer Hassan Akrada, former Deputy CEO Ray Major, former Deputy CEO Colleen Clemenson, former Chief Financial Officer Andre Duzjan, and former Chief Counsel John Kirk. And I'm most interested in exploring the role of Mr. Kirk in this debacle. Finding 3, the executive team had knowledge of the significance of ETAN's performance issues in June 2022, and it goes, your timeline of 2022 goes through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meetings. Is there any indication that Mr. Kirk was in those meetings? He's not mentioned on any of the...
In the June 30th meeting, he would have been in attendance.
The June 30th meeting, okay. Because one of the questions that I have is why Fagan's back office system risk assessment report was confidential. And it's possible, I suppose, that it was related to potential litigation. There may be some reasons, but ultimately the question of confidentiality of these assessments is I think one of the things that got us in trouble. And maybe it was kept confidential because it showed gross mismanagement and other competency issues that were embarrassing, and therefore they didn't want that to become public, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so to me, one of the things that I think Mr. Kirk failed us on is that as our legal counsel, he didn't make sure that this risk assessment report, which clearly was damaging to this agency's reputation, among other things, that he didn't insist that the board be presented with this information. And so I appreciate that the new CEO has implemented a system that allows for the board to have representation instead of having that line between the CEO and the attorney that could perhaps corrupt the information flow that's really critical. And then, I would remind that we are a policy board and that we aren't required to have the expertise that would have identified many of the shortcomings, particularly in the contract that we signed with Deloitte. I'm not an attorney, I'm in the printing business. And I did frankly work for a couple of years at the office of Arthur Anderson and Company and Anderson Consulting in Minneapolis in their document production department. And so I know the culture of what was at the time the big 8 accounting firms. I don't know how many we're up to now, but it's 3, I think, and Deloitte is one of them. But Mario mentioned that he can't speak for Deloitte. And what I would really love to have is the opportunity to hear Deloitte speak from right over there so that we could ask very direct questions and we could explore their willingness to enter into a contract that they were undoubtedly aware missing important information and requirements. And I'd like to hear from them why that was their priority was in signing this very lucrative contract instead of ensuring that the public's interests were protected. Yeah, maybe it's naive to think that a big accounting firm like that would be concerned about the taxpayers' dollars, but if in fact they were not concerned about it, I'd like to make it really clear that that was the case. So my hope is that we can have that happen. I don't know what it would take. I don't know if there are legal implications to it, but I'm pleased to see we have a new arrangement for legal counsel. And I hope that we can explore the contract with Deloitte to find out how we can get out of this business. Councilmember Fisher's point about just the insanity of trying to stand up a system that we have no business being in just is really super frustrating at this point. This has been an ongoing source of frustration for me. Being presented with no choice kind of sole source contracting is just, as a policy body, we should just make sure that never happens again. And the key to making sure it never happens again is to have competent people working for us. And I'm not questioning the competence of the folks that are working here now. As of now, there hasn't been any indication that we need to question that. But I'll tell you, there are a few OIPA reports that really raise that issue. I think it's fairly well known that I had a terrible relationship with the previous CEO, and I think that my instincts were correct. He was not good for this agency. So let us hope we can now engage Deloitte in an opportunity to question their approach.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think you brought something up important that I think we at some point should make some space for. In my previous roles in entities like CalSTRS, where we did have independent counsel who represented the board, there were sessions that we had with independent counsel where during closed session, we were very clear about what our expectations and goals are. I think we should make some time for that because it's a very new model for us that we're piloting. And so I think it's extremely important that we're very clear about what that expectation is. It's not just the legal counsel coming and just taking notes and saying, I'm going to call you afterwards, but it's more of a briefings, looking at things from different lenses and so on and so forth. So I'm happy to put that at our next meeting to have that conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I would also point out that there is no guarantee that our new structure would have identified this problem if you had an internal counsel that was essentially working for the CEO. But that's the thing that we need to address, is that they can't sweep stuff under the rug. How do we find a way to keep things from being swept under the rug?
Agreed. I think everybody agrees there. All right, Councilmember Shu.
Thank you. I'll try to be as brief as I can. First, I want to say I'm just as disappointed upset about the findings of the audit reports. It's very upsetting to me, but I certainly want to echo the comments that have been made by fellow council members, particularly those of Councilmember Moreno, Chavez, and Chair Vargas, because this particular incident affects a particular part of our region unfairly and unjust. And I think we should point that out. My last comments is thank you for AB 805 because we have an independent audit report and auditor that's really doing a great job for us now. And lastly, we need to fix this and continue to fix it. You know, you could change people, but institutional change doesn't happen simply because you've changed people. The people have to, over a long period of time, fix it. And I fear, well, I shouldn't fear, I strongly suspect what happened has been happening for a long time. This is nothing new. This happened because of the institutional nature of SANDAG, and that's the challenge that Mario and you staff have. And I hope they know that institutional change isn't going to happen because we have a new person heading the organization. So I hope we move with that. Lastly, of course, you know, people say, well, you know, don't do this for SANDAG. We can't trust SANDAG. We don't want to deal with SANDAG. Unfortunately, or fortunately, there's no other MPO, no other metropolitan planning agency. This is it. This is all we have. This is the governance that we have unless the state changes things. So we have to deal with this well and deal with all our goals with regards to equity and everything else. This is the structure we have. There's no other SANDAG. This is our regional organization to handle these funds, deal with these roads, and make it right. Thank you.
I have a few comments and questions. The first is I do thank you for your report and your candor. I will say that frequently the findings, though, of your independent auditor reports are that SANDAG should follow basic standard business procedures or government procedures that every entity that contracts should have and should be following, period, with no exceptions. Like if we have a procedure that invoices should be reviewed before they're paid, I mean, it's like things that are like shocking that the same stuff just keeps coming back to us over and over and over. And having run a firm with 12 offices in 10 states, it's just shocks me that the same things keep happening over and over. With that said, I do want to say I agree with Councilmember Fisher and Deputy Mayor Gasterland that all board members definitely should have been asked if when they first found out about this situation. If that didn't happen, it's disturbing because what happens here when your reports are given is that various people in this room go out and share those conclusions with members of the press and frequently chastise each other. Well, hey, the report said this, but we need to know how we got to the conclusion in the report. If people are going to go rely on it, you know, around the community, on the news, and with each other, I frequently hear like, nobody on the board knew about this. So with that said, I think that should happen. Another question, a specific question I have is, was Hassan asked when he briefed board members on this issue for the first time, and was he cooperative?
Former CEO was not interviewed.
Was he asked to be interviewed?
No, sir.
So I think that's a failure of the report, and I think that should definitely have happened. If he's not going to be cooperative because we have a, you know, a termination settlement agreement or something, that's one thing. But I think there's something that prevents him voluntarily from answering those questions. Again, if it's an issue that's important and board members want to know, why wouldn't we ask this CEO who ran the organization when he first told board members about this? It seems like one of the most basic inquiries I could possibly think of. I'm still talking, please. I was just pausing for a moment. Thank you. Councilmember Moreno was asking about how to prevent certain things, and I'm not sure this is exactly what she was asking, but what I took from what she was asking, or what I thought of, and maybe some of this will be for closed session down the road, so I won't go into it deeply, but if we have contracts with vendors and consultants that they enter to do a job for us for a certain amount of money, and they know or should know that they're not going to be able to do it for that contractual rate, that is something that I think a legal review should be done when we're contracting to see if we can insert stronger provisions for that. And we may have a situation like that. And again, if that's for closed session, so be it. But that is what I was gathering from a potential solution beyond just the employees that need to do a better job, right? We can contract, you can have provisions that cover certain situations. And if they're not in there, that's something that I think we should look at. There should be some standards when especially, as was being mentioned, many of these institutions are some of the largest consulting firms in the world. Finally, I just want to say, I cannot not say this, right? Culture matters. I disagree with my colleague from La Mesa that it's some kind of institutional, thing in SANDAG that takes forever to change. To me, in January of 2023, and for the next 6 months at least, it was crystal clear that we had a very, very poisonous environment with a CEO who, in essence, acted like a dictator, who was permitted and enabled by many people here at this board and prior board members to yell at board members, start his reports, CEO reports, by basically chastising board members for their conduct. And just think, if you were on that executive team as a deputy CEO or the CFO, do you really think when the CEO is yelling at the board members that he works for and saying, really outrageous things that I've never heard someone who works for somebody say on a regular basis and then being defended by members of the board, do you really think if you're on that executive team and you have a concern that you're going to go take it to the board around the CEO and the people on the board who are defending him? Absolutely not. That is an easy cultural thing to change. That is not, don't do that, right? So we need, hopefully our takeaway is that we will never allow that type of unchecked power and outrageous behavior to occur at this board again and enable this type of situation to potentially occur where nobody says anything. That's what I took away from it. I was new to the board. I didn't know very much about it, but I came here and was immediately just appalled at his conduct. And it was also, to further reiterate my conclusions, it was well known amongst the board that he had previously explicitly and with no shame disregarded decisions of this board on issues, and in writing had done so, and was allowed to stay on and be the CEO. And people here were big supporters of that. Everything went wrong, everything changed, they're all gone, it was all their fault, it was not anybody here's fault. I disagree with that. If we don't want it to happen again, I'm not saying anybody has to fall on their sword publicly, but at least internally, we need to acknowledge we could have stopped this much, much earlier. Thank you.
Chair Vargas, I'd like to comment for a second. When an investigation is designed and executed, we determine what the objectives of the investigation are and then what steps we need to take to determine if the objectives are found, there's findings or not. So I hear your concern in relation to a former employee. It's not typical to talk to former employees. We have a responsibility as investigators and auditors to report findings where we have substantial evidence, and then we report it back to you on. I just want to clarify that point. I don't want it left in the room, but that is not typical to go to former employees.
No, and I understand that. I don't think the situation is typical. And there's also the other part that I mentioned about, as was mentioned by my colleagues, about asking the board members. But I do want to leave. I mean, I do think you're an excellent auditor, and I'm very glad you're here. It doesn't mean when I see something that I think should be done that, of course, I'm going to say it as again, as my colleagues have. So it's not personal. I do think when we have something where, I mean, how hard is it to send an email to every board member here and BCC them and ask them to reply? That's not a difficult thing to do.
Yeah. So thank you. I just want to emphasize, right? I think what our auditor is emphasizing is that there are very clear practices on how these audits are performed, right? And that's what you did. And I think that's exactly what I want to make sure we don't put any doubt that the report has been done in such a way that is just and it's fair. Because the last thing we need is to go in that direction, and not saying that anybody's saying that, but I want to make sure that it's clear that the auditor, her team, and the audit committee are an independent body for a reason. And we have an opportunity to make our recommendations, but there are clear practices in terms of how this is done. So with that, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on the queue. We are at 11:10, and what I want to do is I want to call on the people who have not spoken first, and the people who have spoken, I'm going to ask you to really, really think about the fact whether you want to speak or not, because we have a really long meeting. So go ahead, Councilmember Burkholder.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Thank you, Chair. Just following up on Councilmember Duncan's comments too. I have been in the shoes of Hassan's rage and ire. I get it. But I wanted to just take an opportunity to thank you and just really to the employees at SANDAG, the staff. When you think about an approachable person, you really don't get a picture of Hassan's face right by that word, right? But I think if you think about Mario and that staff can actually approach him. And I think it's really important to have that feeling, to have that empowerment. And I would just encourage the staff members that we rely on so much to do that. You know, when you have a problem, you need to go and get it fixed. And so I appreciate the work that you've done. This is all terrible. I mean, let's be real, but we can't be beholden to the sins of our fathers. We are in under new leadership, and you know, I think you're doing the right thing right now. So thank you, and I just wanted to give a shout for staff because we do appreciate them.
Mayor Vasquez.
Thank you so very much. I'll be brief here. I just want to say, let's take these findings as a call to action to improve internal processes, and that's for staff, but also for us as a board to improve oversight mechanisms and establish clear communication channels to promote transparency. I have a few questions for you here. We know that the primary factors that led to the lack of transparency and miscommunication, those are identified. Moving forward, are there specific policies that we can create or controls as a board that we can implement?
The recommendations as set forth in the whistleblower investigation are really what we would recommend at this time. It was noted that there were not recommendations in the companion investigation, and that was really because we were reporting out on the companion investigation, but as far as the body of recommendations, that was really embodied in the whistleblower investigation, and those are what we feel strongly, that executive management accountability, the fact that if you are going to have a solicitation and that you make an award, that it should be properly documented, that there's a proper project management, all the things that Mario has responded to that they are implementing in addition to other factors. So we really do feel that these recommendations were acknowledged and the management plans to implement them.
Thank you.
Mayor,
and then,
also, I want to tell you something, Mayor. As part of our report and what we were mentioning to all of you in the last couple of meetings, we will begin an exercise also with the board on evaluating all the board's policies. And in addition, Courtney brought up our internal working policies of how we do, but you're also going to have an opportunity to review your board policies, and you're going to have review the delegations. And if you feel uncomfortable with some delegations or something in those board policies, that's why we're going to bring them all back and have that workshop with the board. And you're the keepers of this destiny. We'll bring it up. We'll have a discussion. And if also board policies need to change, we'll bring them on. And we're really encouraged to have that conversation with the board.
Thank you so very much. And I'm glad that you brought up the recommendations. And so I just want to know, are there specific benchmarks or timelines in place
Anytime we issue an investigation, it's about immediacy. You know, and the CEO spoke to that as well, that these things should have been already addressed or we wouldn't be in this place. So the timeline should be now.
And I like the timeline of now. And then finally, what mechanisms will be put into place to monitor the effectiveness of the new controls and improvements? And how will the board be updated on the progress?
Thank you for that question. So with our investigative work, we follow up on that on a quarterly basis because, again, that the recommendations should be implemented immediately. We will be reporting out on it semi-annually to the audit committee, and then those reports will be forwarded up.
Thank you so very much. I'll say this and then I'm done. What I know is that transparency is everything and it's key. And, you know, as we try to move this organization forward, we have to do that in a way where we're building trust through providing truth. And if we can do that, we will be an agency that can get great things done on behalf of transportation throughout San Diego County. So thank you so much for providing the detailed audit, but also thank you for bringing the issues forward to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Second Vice Chair, Mayor Huebner.
Thank you so very much. And I want to first thank Courtney for this report. I mean, it's not a wonderful report, but and also my colleague and the chair of the audit committee for this report. As you know, we're all disappointed, frustrated. You know, our trust was betrayed. I think many of us feel that. There was nothing good in it, but really, unfortunately, nothing really new that we learned. We kind of understood that this was happening from some of the reports that our CEO had already been giving us. The board was kept in the dark about Eton and then misled about Deloitte, despite Fagan's really good advice. And so that's quite disturbing and frustrating. I'm glad to see the management response that Mario provided and the written report of it. Very precise recommendations to improve the agency, to create new structures and processes and procedures and systems. And I think that's all going to be great, but yet there's another factor, and that factor is culture. And that's something that a few of us have brought up. And, you know, that has to be fixed. I think we're definitely on the way to fixing that. But the previous CEO acted as if this was his very own startup company that was funded with his very own money and that he could deal with the direction of it on his very own. And that is certainly not acting as a public servant. I think that is a culture that was completely wrong for a public agency. And if something like that happened in any of our cities, can you imagine? I mean, I don't think any of us can fathom if something like that was going on, you know, within your own staff at your own cities. So it was extremely frustrating to go through that and see all this. But again, I'm grateful that we're on the right path. I will say that we've had two consultants, Fagan, who's probably definitely doing the told you so dance. But it looked like Fagan gave really good advice, also with the specifics, in many areas, but also the specifics of how to write an RFP or an IRFQ, and that was in process of being done, but then it was stopped. We had another consultant, and that's HNTB. And I know that you're in the process of auditing HNTB, and I'm very interested in learning who is influencing HNTB and who was HNTB influencing at SANDAG, because I don't know why certain things stopped, where that advice came from. And I think that we all deserve to know that. So I'm looking forward to that audit. Finally, I'll just repeat it again. Let's focus on our core competencies, get back to the business that we know with these new processes and systems and culture in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Musgrove.
Very briefly, thank you again, Courtney. Do you know the names of the individuals that went to Portugal to discuss this process with ADB and Deloitte?
I do.
Are any of those still employed at SANDAG?
Yes.
So it may be a harder task to get Deloitte here. Maybe that employee could then answer the questions about what assurances were given to Deloitte and A2B with respect to our system that would perhaps give them the thought that they could incorporate with minimal adjustments. Maybe the management can answer that question or may consider that for a future discussion. Thank you.
You wanted to know how the decision was made on that?
Well, we don't know what Deloitte will tell us. Most groups
Yeah.
will tend to circle the wagons, but if we have somebody who's still an employee that can tell us what the conversation was with them so that we have an idea that maybe we misrepresented our current position to them. And that's why they agreed to the contract.
Is Lucinda here? You want to come and answer? Lucinda, I want to make clear so you guys don't gang up on Lucinda.
No.
Lucinda is the operator, and this is the statement I made. She's in charge of operating, picking up the phones, that the toll road is operating adequately. And this is my personal assessment, was that prior management didn't have a Alex Estrella that is the IT guy. So like I've mentioned in my updates, we plan, we develop, and we give it to the operators. So Lucinda is the operator.
Sure.
And I think there was a misunderstanding that she may have also been the ITS developer, and that's not her scope of work.
Granted, but if she was present during a conversation between Ray Major and the reps from either A to B and Deloitte, she might be able to shed light on how our agency was presented.
So your question is, how were we presenting ourselves to Deloitte?
Yes, as a potential contract, what expectations maybe that we had or that they had of us if we presented, we have a system that works, we're looking for a new contractor. I don't know how simplified it was.
Okay. At the end of September, we found out from ETAN that they could no longer support their system. Immediately, CFO chose Deloitte to do that, to go forward with the new back office. It was off the shelf, which means here's the system we're going to give you and you plug into that. So Deloitte said, here's a system, and we said, we'll take that and plug into it.
So we did not have a discussion. When I say we, I know it was you and Ray Major did not have a discussion with any of the specifics of the existing system, simply that this is a plug and play system.
They had done an assessment of the ETAN system.
Who is they? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Deloitte. That's the $450,000 contract that
Correct.
Courtney mentioned. So they had done that assessment. And it was, here are the things that are in there now that we could take or might be a problem. And here are the things that, our system does. Here are the things that may be a problem if we bring over, but it is a off-the-shelf system.
Were any discussions had that the system that we have with ETAN is not working?
That was the impetus of the discussions with Deloitte.
And Deloitte was comfortable that they could still present a product to us that would work?
Correct.
Okay. No additional assurances on our part, at least? For me, I'm not you, but I know Ray led the team out there.
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
I'm going to be very brief. After everything we heard today, everything that was troubling, that wasn't reported to us, and because we are responsible for the actions that move forward, I think that it's safe to say that we should include language that enables the external contractors to report any information, crucial information, to our external independent legal counsel to be reported immediately to the board. So that would be a recommendation I make to management.
We can have that conversation when we meet with council about what our expectations are. This is an interim council at the moment and something that we're all going to have a conversation on. So duly noted. All right, with that, thank you on this item. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next item. This is a discussion item. Our next discussion item is State Route 125 toll removal process and debt retirement. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the team for a presentation.
Chairwoman, were we having, OIPA was also doing like
I'm sorry, I
a
missed,
follow-up?
I jumped number 7. Hold on. I jumped on number 7 instead of number 8. Okay, here we go. Number 7 is the compilation of external audit recommendations and OIPA annual audit investigations recommendation and corrective action plan reports 7A and 7B. It's all yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for checking me.
Again, I'm Courtney Ruby. I'm the Independent Performance Auditor for SANDAG, and I'm joined today with Emily Mullen. She is the Associate Administrative Analyst of OIPA, and we will be presenting first the Audit and Investigation Recommendation and Corrective Action Plan Status Report for fiscal year 2024. So as background, Board Policy 39, Section 3.1.9 requires the Audit Committee to monitor the implementation of corrective action identified in audit and investigative reports and inform the Board when corrective action is insufficient or untimely. Additionally, in OIPA's authorized annual work plan, goal number 4 is the development and monitoring of corrective action plans to ensure OIPA's recommendations are clear, timely, and responsive, and implemented by management expeditiously. With that, I'll hand it over to Emily.
Thank you, Courtney. Good morning, everyone. So to give a little background on the process, typically we would measure the implementation status through the end of a fiscal year. However, due to some audit committee calendar reshuffling, we presented this later in the year. So we went ahead and looked at our implementation status through August 30th, just to give the audit committee and the board a bigger picture of how these were being implemented. There is one exception, and this was corrective actions that were completed early before their due date and previously reported as implemented. We went ahead and checked on those as well, even though their due date was in the future. To conduct this report, we did verify any information regarding implemented recommendations. So if we went to management and asked for a status on a prior audit or investigation recommendation and they told us they had implemented it, we did not just take their word. We did testing, we reviewed documentation, and that was to confirm that those statuses were correct. And just if you look at the report, we do have a status listed for each recommendation. Pending just means that it's not due yet, so they did not have to provide information to us. Not started would mean that it was due and they had not either begun or there was not sufficient progress. Started means that they were beginning to implement it, but considerable work remained, so we could not deem it implemented or even partly implemented. Partly implemented would mean that some elements of the recommendation were in progress, but there was still additional work remaining. And then implemented means that our team tested it, reviewed the documents, everything within the recommendation had been implemented up to that date. We do have a status of dropped, and what that means is that our independent performance auditor and the team recommends eliminating that recommendation, no longer tracking it in the future, usually because circumstances have changed, it's no longer necessary. For example, if it pertains to a prior system that SANDAG was operating on that no longer exists, we would no longer need to track that. Or the recommendation in a prior audit was determined to be outside of the initial scope. And we do have a column for the planned implementation date. That means that when management provided their initial response, they gave a date that they intended to implement those recommendations by. Occasionally, those dates get revised either because of a delay in a system implementation or because of new staff. So there is also, in some of these recommendations, a revised date. I'm going to start with OIPA audits and our recommendations in those. There were 5 prior OIPA audits that we had recommendations due during this period that we looked at. Those included the contracts and procurement audits, parts 1 and 2, the system control audit for board member and employee travel and business reimbursements, the system control review on purchase cards, and the system control review of vendors. Those were all completed in prior years and had recommendations that were due within this fiscal year. And I'm going to give Courtney the opportunity to just explain an important distinction on some of these recommendations related to the ERP implementation.
This important update is also addressed in the letter in the report from myself to you all. So during the confirmation of corrective action for the contracts and procurement operational system controls audit, part 1 and part 2, management did inform OIPA that the enterprise resource planning, what we call the ERP system, is unable to fully support certain complex functions required by the agency's procurement program. Management has decided that the prior CMS system, which is the contract management system, and ERP will be used together to support the agency's procurement functions. So CMS will manage the solicitation, procurement, and contract award activities, while ERP will continue to be used as a system of record for budgeting and accounting activities related to award contracts, despite it being less efficient. So we did go in and test the recommendations. You'll see that in the report, in the notes, OIPA's comments. It will tell you that we have tested it and we have found in these circumstances that the recommendation was implemented. However, there is a note saying that when it transitions back to CMS, that we will retest it. So while it is inefficient, it is working. The contracts module will, let's see, management has prepared a work plan to address the system deficiencies and transition back to CMS. Their work plan includes an assessment of how to integrate CMS into ERP for financial control, and they anticipate this to be the key milestones to be completed by June 30th, 2025. I'll return it back to Emily.
Thank you. So just an overall summary, there were 120 total recommendations within the audits in this report. During this fiscal year, well, up to August 30th, so fiscal year plus some, 38 were implemented, 7 we recommended be dropped, and that leaves 75 outstanding that our office is still tracking and will be reporting on in the coming fiscal year. And this is just a visual summary by audit. The reason why the contracts and procurement system control audits part 1 and 2 appear to have so many still pending is because a lot of those recommendations were incumbent upon the ERP system implementation, and they're still being worked through. The due dates were well into the future. But for the rest, as you can see, the final audit, the system control review of vendors, all of those recommendations have been implemented. For the purchase card and the travel and reimbursement audit, it's about half and half. So we'll be tracking those that are still outstanding along with the parts 1 and 2 of the contracts audits. We did identify a few recommendations that required attention, meaning they were either overdue or they were not implemented completely despite having been reported as such. 6 of the recommendations with overdue implementation dates, management notified us that they do require additional time. 3 of those recommendations had been reported as implemented, but during our testing, we discovered that there is some further corrective action that's needed, and we'll go over those briefly. So for the board member travel and other business-related reimbursements audits, management did have initial planned implementation dates on some of these recommendations for March 31st of this year. However, they notified us that they will need until December 31st to fully implement those. So they have been started, but they are going to go beyond the initial planned implementation date. For the purchase card audit, again, there were 3 with implementation dates in March, but those are being pushed back. So we are going to continue working with management, checking on those in the coming months. One of the audit recommendations was related to monthly and annual subscription fees that are being paid by P-Card. While management did go back and look at several months of statements to try to comb through and find recurring charges, there were some that were missed. Ironically, they were prior OIPA subscriptions. So we are marking that as partly implemented for now because we do need some additional controls there. And then finally, for the contracts and procurement operational system control audit part 1, there are a few recommendations that are partly implemented because the ERP system does not entirely provide for those issues. So one of which is listing contractors. ERP does not necessarily list all of the contractors' staff do have to go to a separate CIS system to search. So that one is not fully implemented. As far as listing project managers, the ERP does list project managers, but it's not necessarily the actual project manager. Sometimes it's just the requester that put that in the system. Courtney is going to go over some of the investigation recommendations from the prior 125 toll operations investigation.
Thank you, Emily. So as you know, in March, we issued the investigation report on SANDAG's State Route 125 toll operations. And we had 10 recommendations. 2 of those were implemented, 4 were started, and 4 were not started. I'm not going to speak to the implemented ones. I'll just touch base on the other ones. So the first recommendation was to have an independent assessment of the finance department's policies, procedures, and practices. This is the responsibility of OIPA as requested by the board, and we anticipate issuing that RFP by the end of this month. We also recommended that SANDAG reconcile the data between the CAP system, which is the roadside system, and ETAN's BOS daily to ensure accurate transmission and posting of customer account data to ETAN's FastLane. Management has informed us that multiple efforts are underway. However, it's taking longer than anticipated, so they will continue to work on this to make sure that they can compare the information and reconcile it. There was also a board policy, and this was also from the board as well as the audit committee, that multi-million-dollar projects that are failing to meet deadlines and deliverables, that a policy should clearly state under what conditions a report is required, as well as when the report will no longer be required. And the audit committee added additional requirements as well to this. And per management, the amendments to the board policy are forthcoming. So this hasn't been started, but the board policy process is soon to be started, as CEO or so spoke to a few minutes ago. The last one on this page is that the board requested the audit committee to include SANDAG's sole source procurement process in our audit work plan. And as Chair Dave Zito just reported out, that is on our work plan. We have initiated that audit, and so that you will hear that this fiscal year. We did recommend not only the reconciling from the roadway system to the CAP system, we recommended that all systems be monitored. And management has informed us that they're refining their procedures to ensure that they can capture each department, toll operations center, customer service center, facilities, and IT departments to ensure the systems are operating. So that's not started, but will be forthcoming. The last one here, again, is a repeat recommendation between CAPS and the ETAN system. And then there is one recommendation, I apologize, that is missing in this. And that was the 10th recommendation, which is to establish a process to address customer concerns related to past account balances that have been verified or not verified, and that these accounts should be included in this customer service process. Management has started that, so it has a started status, and that is in your report. And I will turn it back over to Emily to talk about the external audit recommendations.
Okay, this last one will be very brief. So as part of OIPA's guidance from the audit committee and included in board policy 39, we also compile all of the external audit recommendations that are provided to the board throughout the year. Typically, these are related to ITALK. So this report includes a status on all of those that were scheduled for implementation on or before August 30th, just like our internal audits. And so as you can see, this also included 5. The big one is the annual audited comprehensive financial report that was released in June of this year. And then we have 3 of the Transnet triennial performance audits and 1 ITALK Transnet extension activities report, which was released in July. So of these, there were 51 outstanding audit recommendations. And then 3 additional audits were added this fiscal year. So we had 33 additional recommendations to look at. Of those 84, 25 we found were implemented, 1 was dropped, and there are 58 remaining that we will be tracking into the fiscal year. It's important to note that for these external audits, we do not conduct testing. This is just a compilation that's provided as a service for you to easily track them. And
So looking ahead, we will revisit all recommendations affected by the ERP CMS system changes as we've already spoke to, and then we'll report back out on that. Also, we're going to meet with SANDAG management in the coming weeks to solicit feedback on the audit recommendation process. We love process improvement and we hold ourselves up to that same feedback. So we will be meeting with them to see is there ways that we can make the process smoother for next year. And then lastly, the update on the implementation of the status for 125 operation and investigation will be before you on a biannual basis. And with that, that concludes our annual report.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our CEO, but I just want to make sure that I'm hoping that in your management report, right, I just briefly asked, right, how is this parallel to the other audits that we are receiving, and how do we make sure that that's included in this process? And then as I looked at the comprehensive financial report, I'm hoping that you'll also, because you look at the management comments and they're very, it's done, not done, we're going to do it. But how do we make sure that we can create either a dashboard or something that is going to be public so that the public can see where each of these initiatives are at? And then I think that, in one of the many boards that I served on, it was yellow, red, green, depending on where we were, or if it's something that we should be concerned about or not. And I think there's mechanisms in place that we can put in there so that the public can see where we're at as much as the board members. And then the other question I had for you, Mario, is as I was looking for some of this stuff, it's really interesting to me that there's the recommendation from the auditor, right, based on the actual assessment, and then you have the status, and then you have management comments. And I think this is where legal counsel could be helpful to the board in thinking about what are the questions that we as a board should be asking, because in so many cases we may not be experts, but then also where are opportunities for us to make sure that we are also held accountable on some of these. And so I think that one piece is missing. It may not be typical, but I think it would be interesting to see as we're moving forward. And this board, when we had our strategic planning meeting 2 years ago, said to me, we need to make sure we have more communication, accountability, transparency. And I think it might be one of the ways we can do that. So turn it over to you, sir.
I'll just speak to the dashboard piece. So Emily has been working diligently on the dashboard piece. So this is the compilation in the format that you see it in your reports. Is we also have a back engine supporting the collection of those recommendations, and it will be populated on the website. So that is forthcoming and very important, and the color coding as well, so that it's easy to identify, it's easy to search. There may be iterations of it that get better over time, but ideally it will be presenting that information to the public so that they know, to you all and the public, a dashboard that you can utilize. In relation to the annual comprehensive financial report, thank you for bringing that up, Chair Vargas. That is in the external recommendations there that we track, and as the audit committee has a responsibility around that to ensure that the auditors are selected and that they are held accountable to the process and the recommendations. They are going to be at our next audit committee meeting on Friday to talk about their current audit underway. They did come and report the results out in July, or it may have been May. And then there was questions asked from the audit committee. There is a response that is provided from the CFO in relation to that, of basically how we found ourselves in this position with a qualified opinion and what is management's response in relation to get us out of that. The audit chair and myself will be meeting with management on a quarterly basis to ensure that when it comes to the annual comprehensive financial report, that we are tracking those closely and understand, what's at stake with a qualified opinion. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mario.
I think, first of all, I'm going to give you a very holistic response, but the first piece is changing the culture, like you said it, right? So I'll tell you what has been happening and why sometimes we're not that diligent on implementing some of these recommendations is because the culture needs to change. One of them was hospitality policy. So I got the hospitality policy in front of me, and it didn't have the right guardrails. So I sent it back. You know, it could have been approved. It would have been checked the box. But if we're really going to change this organization, we need to change it using best practices as other organizations. So we hyped up the level of scrutiny in the hospitality as well as the amounts that employees or managers were allowed to approve. So that's, you know, that's a delay that I caused, but it's a good delay. Now, the point here is, like it was mentioned at the 125 back office, and I mentioned also the ERP, the culture of just checking the box and buying an off-the-shelf system without seeing what the system's requirement was going to be is what the staff is encountering right now. What was supposed to be the savior and the check of all the recommendations is not applicable. So we are doing workarounds, but we're implementing to try to see the spirit of this. Like a policy of when to bring things to the board, they're not going right. Well, we need to back up a little bit. The policy is good, but that's why we have now a program project management division that's going to be developing a risk management register, like a dashboard on capital projects, where it's going to highlight what are the risks. And immediately that's what's going to start bringing up systematically. Then we can also create a policy referring to that dashboard and when that's flagging things on. So this organization, I'm going to go on the limb and say what I've told you to some of you privately. I thought that I was coming and giving a tune-up to the vehicle, and this requires a major repair. And we do need to go and do the foundational structural changes that we can do. And we have a fabulous staff that's willing, and young staff, and we have a partner in OIPA that's keeping us honest. But it is going to be a journey that we have embarked on. And that's why we appreciate all the recommendations. We grab them, but we have to connect the dots. They cannot be just responded in a silo. It has to be part of a master plan. So that's what we're doing and implementing.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment.
Thank you. On public comments on items 7A and 7B, I'll take the in-person commenters first. Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Michael Brendo, and then I will take the virtual commenters.
All right, how can there be 24 audit recommendations still around from 2018? And no surprise to see Transnet the most abandoned area, because culture change starts with people change. Example, Terry and everybody, don't ever blindly believe staff. Without self-research, it's rumor, not fact, and a dereliction of duty. And it's sad that basic recommendations like a proper vendor list took over 3 years to implement. But how convenient is that all the people who could answer all the questions are all now gone. That ridership dashboard tool needs to measure from 2015 to now. And frequency is not the only factor that affects ridership. Example, drug addicts deter riders. This is an ongoing effort. Answer to holding staff accountable is unacceptable. But how can anything be implemented when Tara and Esther fail to show up to ITALK meetings? And ITALK's potential for conflicts of interest needs to be monitored closely. Over a year to get contract analysts and project managers trained is way too long. That's another year of potential dumb decisions. And yes, there needs to be public records to the board when multi-million-dollar projects are failing like they always do. Thank you, audit team, even Zito.
Your time expired. Michael Brendo, please come to the podium. You will be followed by 5 virtual commenters, the first of which is Ellen C.
Okay, I echo a lot of what Truth said, but I also want to praise Courtney again for this report, and also Emily. So I'm not talking about what's in it, but just the detail, the outline of it. It's great. And basically about recommendations being able to be implemented, I want to go back again to that theme of trust that I keep bringing up. And earlier, John Duncan talked about how important that is. the transparency, the accountability, the internal coordination. Because again, nothing changes until people change. And that's really the crux of all this.
Our first virtual commenter, Alan C. Please go ahead. You'll be followed by Catherine Rhodes.
Union Tribune, quote, decades low use 125 toll road caused 805 congestion. KPBS, or I'm sorry, 10 News, quote, somebody's going to get killed. Commuters bypass managed toll lane, endanger neighborhood streets. Traffic on this road in front of elementary school Sunnyside, 7,000 to 8,000 cars a day. It's all the reason. It's called toll avoidance. Is this what we're doing? And yet your 2025 plan, you're looking at every freeway managed toll lanes. I-5, 805, 52, 94. And you're going to have this team overcharge people again? Close the books now. You'll save money, you'll save headaches, and this maybe people might vote yes on Measure G. I yield back.
Catherine Rhodes, please go ahead. You'll be followed by Blair Beekman.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. I demand a meeting with SANDAG CEO Mario Orsa, County Auditor Courtney Ruby, the new outside legal counselor, and a volunteer of a SANDAG board member regarding Mario's statements to me at the prior SANDAG board meeting that I was correct regarding my seismic concerns through the audit whistleblower hotline as it relates to SANDAG's proposed new headquarters and bus stopover facility and the need for corrective action plan for seismic hazards going forward. My 20-year-old seismic concerns can easily be resolved by reconvening Caltrans 2006 free Seismic Technical Advisory Board that includes engineering professors from Caltech, Berkeley, and UCSD, all for free. Mario's from Caltrans, so he could reconvene the Seismic Technical Advisory Board immediately if he wanted. Mario stated I was correct. I take it that he agrees that SANDAG is in violation and not in conformance with the state Alcus Priolo Act, the 2008 California Geologic Survey Special Publication SP042 Earthquake Fault Zones Public Resource Code Section.
Your time expired. Blair Beekman will be followed by the final two commenters, Paul the Bold and phone number 813. Blair, go ahead. Blair, you're self-muted. I'll go ahead and move to Paul the Bold. Paul the Bold, please go ahead.
Okay, the auditor reports on the transit and other stuff. We identified 9 total audit recommendations that are considered overview. Management notified OIPA of 6 recommendations which require more time to complete. But testing also revealed that 3 recommendations which had been previously reported as implemented were not completely functional. So it looks like management was slow on 6 recommendations and bungled 3 more. Not a good record. This includes an extra year to revise 2 travel forms. Ridiculous and possibly a staff issue. Then there is the SR 125 toll mess. I see that SANDAG still cannot tell on a daily basis that all systems are operating correctly, which is basic to the whole scheme. I'd hate to be the lawyer who has to defend a system which broke and the owner has not even started to make sure that...
Your time expired. I'll try Blair Beekman again. Blair? Thank you. I'll go on to the final commenter, phone number 813. Please go ahead. You are self-muted. There you go.
Okay, hold on. It's mommy's turn. Hold on. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Woo. Okay, great.
Go ahead.
So, Mario, you keep talking about how you speak to people privately. Start speaking publicly because the trust is gone. So use words like privately less, please. Thank you. And SANDAG is just, as far as the whole managed lanes, 125, I mean, let's just be real in why it exists. It is to accommodate establishing what the UN needs from it to, nothing more. It's disturbing to see and know why this corporation really exists and what it really does. That is absolutely nothing for what's best for the people of the county. Real best practices would be for you to start being genuinely transparent and not so easily bought off. Work for the people, do your jobs, be honest. That's my wish, but whatever. I wish for a lot.
And that concludes the public comments on this item.
Thank you. See no additional member comments. I'm going to go ahead and go to our next item. Thank you so much.
Chair, can I
yes,
just make
ma'am.
one comment? I just would be remiss that while Emily and I have the honor to present this to you, it is the entire professional team that works on the follow-up report. So, and I'm honored to lead them and just wanted to acknowledge them today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for all of your work, and thank you for answering my questions. All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 8, State Route 125 toll removal process and debt retirement. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to Mario.
Okay, well, we were tasked by the board to come in and provide a plan of what it would take to pay off the debt as soon as possible and transfer the route to the state. So today the team is gonna basically give you the steps, but also the cash flows. In a nutshell, we, based on projections, and again, I wanna highlight the word projections, because sometimes things could go better or could go worse, or some unforeseen circumstance can happen. The road could be paid around 2029, and we do need to make a contribution or implement a project to bring the road to state of good repair to transfer it to the state. So one potential plan here that we're presenting today is to have as a target 2030, basically have the debt paid off by 2029, and the additional year would be to bring the funds for state of good repair and us not transfer. And I haven't discussed this with Caltrans, but the idea would be to, normally when you go and relinquish a route, there's two ways that can happen. It can either be you relinquish the route in the state, and normally the state is the one that relinquishes to a local city. So in some cases, like Imperial Beach, you got part of the 75. Coronado, you've been working sometimes also on the 75. But normally what can happen when the state relinquishes a route, which in this case will be reversed, but it's the same. It's either you do a state of good repair project and pass it on, or you do a monetary contribution and let the agency taking over do that project. So in this case, that could be one of the scenarios, pending conversations with the state, that you would allow us to do that. But the team, Antoinette, Don, and Nikki, the corridor director from Caltrans, are here to provide you some background and also the cash flow and answer as many questions as you wish.
All right, thank you, Mario. Antoinette Meyer, your planning director. Joining me today is Don Batiste, your CFO, and Nikki from Caltrans, the South County Corridor Director. So at your last board meeting, there was a request for staff to come back to this board meeting with a financial analysis of what it would take to pay off the debt for the toll road. But I do want to remind you that that is one of the steps in taking off the toll and returning the facility to Caltrans. There is a formal process that we have to go through to meet our obligations with Caltrans, and to comply with state law. So the amendment, the budget amendment that you approved at your last board meeting provided the funding to start that formal process. And I know there were questions about what that work was exactly and why it was required. So we'll clarify that for you today as well. So this slide's a reminder of how we got started down this path. Currently, SANDAG operates the toll road under a development franchise agreement with Caltrans that is set to expire in 2042. But back in July of 2022, the board adopted a resolution making paying off the debt and removing toll-only operations a priority as early as 2027, which is the first bond call date, and Don will talk about that momentarily. The resolution specifically directed staff to develop a plan to pay off that outstanding debt as early as 2027, to make the SR 125 consistent with the regional plan. And as Mario reported at your last board meeting, we've done that. We've updated the draft network in the regional plan to remove the toll in the early years of the plan and make it general purpose lanes, and then to develop strategies to revert control of SBX to Caltrans following debt retirement. With the funding that you approved at your last meeting, that strategy is being developed now by Caltrans. So I'm going to hand it over to Dawn to specifically talk about debt retirement, and then I'll wrap it up with an overview of the planning work that Caltrans is doing and a schedule for that.
Thank you, Antoinette. So just going to begin with a quick, some quick basics regarding these bonds. These bonds were issued in
Dawn,
27.
can you hold the microphone a little bit closer, please?
Sorry, yes.
No worries, don't apologize.
I usually boom, so I'm afraid I'm going to break people's eardrums. So just some basics. These bonds were issued to basically refinance the debt that was incurred to purchase the toll road. We had acquired a federal TIFIA loan, and there was a loan from the Transnet program when we initially acquired the toll road. The board of directors here at SANDAG then took several strategic actions to lower the tolls, to stabilize ridership and the revenues so that we could get to a point where we issued these bonds on much more favorable terms than the TIFIA loan that was in existence at the time. So we issued a par value of about 194 million. Again, they're callable, meaning we issued them in 2017 with a 10-year par call, meaning anytime after July 1, 2027, we could redeem everything that was still, that was owed without any type of penalty, right? Without having to pay any forward-looking interest that those bondholders had possibly anticipated, right? There was a flow of funds. When you issue bonds, issue debt, there's typically a flow of funds where these toll revenues come in and they go first to specific pots of money like our operations and maintenance, the rebate funds. They go all the way down through a capital expenditure fund, and then there are some net excess revenues. The bonds that were issued also have a rate covenant, meaning we have an obligation to produce and maintain enough net revenue to really cover on an annual basis the debt service requirements. And so we're required for every dollar of debt to be collecting at least $1.50 in revenue. And then, for the debt, the particular debt and reserve fund requirements, we need to be collecting at least 100% of what is owed with those. So the official statement as it was issued includes an annual debt service schedule. So all the principal and interest owed by year, you can see the totals by year. This is a very level and stable debt service schedule. The earlier TIFIA loan had really severe ascending debt service on the back end. These bonds go out to 2043. I should go back. So we publish the debt service schedules with the annual fiscal years, but there are 2 payment dates each year. So halfway through the year, these reduce a little bit more. So looking again at what is actually needed, this is the financial analysis of what is actually needed to retire the debt. You'll see in kind of that blue-purple line, there's a toll removal project cost. That is still to be determined, and that is based on this process that Antoinette has described that we'll have to go through with Caltrans. So as of July 1st, 2024, based on the estimated cash balances, these are unaudited cash balances, and the debt repayment that would be required, we would still need another 73.3 million, roughly. If we look to July 1st, 2025, that actually reduces significantly. You'll see it reduces not only the outstanding principal has been reduced, but the cash required goes down by about 23 million.
In scenario 2, which is the actual call date, we would still need another 17.8 million to fully retire the debt. If we look, as Mario mentioned, to July 1, 2029, that's our break-even year, right? And our break-even year actually assumes some additional funds after the debt repayment. So as he described that, ability to have some funding where we could negotiate with Caltrans, this is where you start to see it. And then that break-even year plus one results in about $42 million available. These estimated cash balances already include the 20 million that was received from the state of California. It is in our accounts, it is earning interest. And those interest calculations as well have been included in the estimated cash balances. And again, these are based on current revenue trends and the current expenditures that are in the model. So if things remain stable, this is basically what the picture looks like for you. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Antoinette. Okay, so as I stated earlier, paying off the debt is a major step in being able to remove the tolls, but we do have other requirements. So the franchise agreement that we have with Caltrans states that we have to return the facility to them in a state of good repair. I want to clarify, this doesn't mean routine maintenance work. This means that we have to return the facility to them to their current design standards. If the 125 was maintained and operated by Caltrans, it would be part of their maintenance program, and these types of upgrades would happen on an ongoing basis. So this is things like bringing the guardrails up to standards or maybe median barriers up to standards. But because this isn't their facility, it's operated by SANDAG, that work hasn't been done over the decades. This PID that you approved, the project initiation document, will do that formal assessment of the facility. It will identify all of those improvements that need to be made and the cost of doing those improvements. And then we can start to negotiate with Caltrans on how those improvements get done and when they get done. Removing the toll, as we've described, also will require some level of environmental analysis. We don't know the level yet, but because you're changing the way that the roadway's operated and there's some environmental impacts associated with that, we will have to comply with CEQA and NEPA. And the PAIR, the preliminary environmental analysis report that Caltrans is also starting, will identify the level of environmental, the scope, the schedule, the cost to do that work. Both the PID and the PAIR are expected to be done by this time next year. It's about a 12-month process for Caltrans to complete that. Another big step, as I mentioned, we've taken the toll off in the early part of the regional plan, the 2025 regional plan. Initially, we had managed lanes. We no longer have that. The toll comes off and it gets converted to general purpose lanes in the regional plan. That's a big step because it needs to be consistent with the regional plan, the project does. The draft plan will be released in the spring and will come to the board for adoption officially by December of 2025. So once the PID and the PAIR are done, we'll have all of the information we need to negotiate the next steps with Caltrans to remove the toll and to return the facility over to them as efficiently and cost effectively as possible. And with that, I will hand it back to the chair for questions.
I wanted to just close. So, we don't need to wait for the PAIR. We can begin the conversations with the state. That's why we're partners on this endeavor. What we're proposing is to pay off the road and convey it, if all the stars align, 12 years before its due date. So I want to highlight that this effort is bringing it back 12 years back. And I don't want to underestimate what Don said about the call dates for the bonds and the bonds covenants. It's very important that the road itself pays itself, because that could put us in jeopardy with even the other ratings the agency has. So we need to be in good standing with the creditors. So, but short story, 12 years earlier, it's a plan. It's based on some assumptions, and it's based on our partnership with the state that we can get to a common understanding. But if we put a stake on the ground and say that's the goal, then things start getting real. So I'll leave it at that, and we're open for any questions here.
So Mario, if I could jump in real quick. So thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to reinforce that it's not lost in translation, that the environmental process does have to take place, and we don't want to presuppose what that outcome is going to be. So we need to be aware and cautious that there could be elements that are revealed as regulations, requirements have changed over time that may suggest other alternatives that we'll have to consider. So I wanted to put that out there so everyone is aware. Although the target is, eliminating the bonds and paying off the bonds by 2029. By then, hopefully, we would have gone through that environmental process to determine what that ultimate outcome in terms of what the highway should look like at that time.
I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment, and then I'm going to go to our board members.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I have 3 in-person public commenters that I'll start with. The first, Assemblymember David Alvarez. You'll be followed by Truth.
Good morning, I think good morning still, or good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My message today is actually quite simple. Your action as a result of this item today should focus on SANDAG removing the tolls from the 125 as soon as possible. 2 reasons for that. First, the people of South County are being treated unfairly. I think you'll hear plenty of testimony around that. If you live in the northern part of San Diego County, places like Rancho Bernardo, you have the option to use a road for free. Whereas if you live in Chula Vista and Bonita in the South Bay, you do not have that option for the highway that runs through those communities. Second, after several audits, of which you've heard some information today, has become clear that SANDAG finds it very difficult to accurately charge tolls. SANDAG's previous contractor failed to do so, and the current contractor is also failing to do so. Don't allow this tolling system to continue to be a money pit for SANDAG. Stop wasting taxpayer dollars in a futile effort to fix it. The earlier you end the toll collection, SANDAG can limit its exposure and its costs and liabilities. And I'm not just here to say that. I'm also here to let you know that as a state, we are here to help you. We've done it before. You have 20 million.
Thank you. Our next commenter, Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Michael Brando.
Why did SANDAG always take years to pretend to make changes? The 125 toll isn't going anywhere. It's just going to be renamed managed lanes. And then the 2025 regional plan has plans for managed toll lanes on every highway. So that means all of this, including the previous speaker.
Sit here and have theater all day. Sit up here, we do theater like all day long.
Lots of theater. Even the excuse of wasting $341 million on the 125 debt earner was a lie. Traffic increased, not decreased. And with those millions, SANDAG could have already invested in the purple line. Basically, the county's poorest residents are paying for SANDAG's flubs with tolls upon taxes. Vivian talked about SANDAG stalling, but even if the pointless equity study skipped, the SANDAG Corporation has a bare minimum of 6 years before this one debt is paid off. Allegedly, there's $20 million from the state to go toward the debt, but is that guaranteed? Let all of this preventable toll fiasco be a warning about the future OME toll. File your major lawsuits to pay SANDAG's debt. And yes, Jack, then get out of the toll business permanently and stop waging a war on travel. That's what one of my friends called it. No tolls anywhere. Thank you.
Your time expired. Michael Brando, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by the final 6 virtual commenters.
Earlier, I heard Jack Fisher say SANDAG should get the hell out of the tolling business permanently. And I thought he was actually going to say SANDAG should get the hell out of town permanently. And imagine that. Imagine if there were no SANDAG. Imagine if the idea of an MPO did not even exist, Now, I know that would cause some people to have to find other means of generating an income. And, Don and Antoinette are great with numbers. They could do numbers with something else. But this may be what's coming when more people become aware of what MPOs are. Most people don't. I walk around the city and ask people, if they know what SANDAG is or what an MPO. They have no idea. But again, we're in the era of more coming to light, and that's a good thing. Thank you.
Our next commenter, Alan C., will be followed by Paul the Bold. Alan, go ahead.
SANDAG document, I quote, board approved acquisition to improve mobility in southern region by purchasing SR 125. reducing need for infrastructure improvements on parallel links, saving 265 million of not expanded I-805. Transit ballot language, I quote, to reduce traffic congestion, improve safety matched by state funds, shall the voters approve for another 40 years, SANDAG half-cent sales tax countywide by expanding I-5, I-8, I-15, SR 125 freeway, I-905, 805, SR 54, SR, all the freeways. And actually, you got to abide by what the people said. Transnet was paid for the SR 125. Close the books now. You used our tax to actually fulfill the promise for the voters. Uphold your promise. Close the books now. You'll save a lot of headaches. And just maybe Measure G might pass.
Alder Bold, you will be followed by phone number 899. Paul, go ahead.
Thank you, Assemblyman Alvarez. The SR 125 tolls are out of control. They should have been canceled, as Terry Gasterland suggested back when the scandal first broke. And we're taking removing tolls, or we're talking removing tolls, not repaying bonds. I don't say that the report has changed from last month either. So the project initiation phase and equity analysis is not scheduled to be finished until 2026. Now I hear Mario saying 2029 or 30, basically back when we started. Meanwhile, the CMCP analysis is on hold. SR 125 facility ops are apparently continuing without even mentioning toll removal, and the toll removal analysis does not seem to actually mention toll removal. Sounds like more delaying garbage while CMPC.
Your time expired. Our next commenter for number 899 will be followed by Catherine Rhodes. Please go ahead, 899.
Hi, Mary Davis. Yes, I strongly support getting rid of the toll at the earliest possible date. I also must respectfully point out the opportunity cost. All the waste that this organization has done could have gone to retiring this debt earlier. So South Bay is paying the price for that waste. No to any managed lanes. The rich will breeze through while the lesser resourced will idle. Lastly, regional meeting equity. I want to respectfully point out we've spent a lot of this meeting, the vast majority, cleaning up Hassan's mess. South Bay will get a little attention. North County got bumped. East County got nothing. So I'm asking for regional equity in moving all projects forward. Thank you.
Our next commenter, Catherine Rhodes, please go ahead. You'll be followed by Blair Beekman and the final commenter, phone number 813. Go ahead, Catherine.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and this is actually for Assembly Member David Alvarez. Hi, David. Please call me so I could show you the solution to pay back this 51 million needed. And immediately you could get 43 million for the air that SANDAG has already spent on the Airport Central Mobility Hub through the $350 million that the Airport Authority is hoarding that could go to SANDAG projects. So you could get all this paid for by the Airport Authority. And I think, before I think I heard you say that you wanted to get rid of the Airport Authority because the only reason they existed was to do the airport land use compatibility plans and move them up to Miramar. I'm not sure if that was you, but there's billions of dollars that could be used, especially in South Bay, if you called me, and I could show you the easy solution, because nobody in SANDAG seems to understand this wonderful opportunity. And so you can have everything you want. You are as rich as possible.
On your time expired. Our next commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. Boy, there is a lot to get this item to where it is right now. I think there was kind of a sea change in how we were talking about toll issues overall. What are people's feelings of toll roads within the SANDAG board process these days overall? Is it the end of toll roads, or is this just a temporary stoppage of the process? There was a lot of agencies involved with this. For my previous public comment, really good luck in bringing the everyday public into this conversation and into the conversations of future accountability for SANDAG. It's really important. I needed to mention that. I think the everyday public can help a lot. And it's bringing that dynamic into your future accountability process. Learn better practices, new good practices, how to do that. Thank you.
And our final commenter, phone number 813, please go ahead.
Okay, Consuelo here. Yeah, and you know what? To David Alvarez, I would take Catherine Rhodes up on that. You need to call her. You need to start listening to your constituents. I was at a town hall, and you have absolutely no clue about things regarding the 125. It was people like Paul and Alan Curry who were asking you questions, and you were just, and it's thanks to the people, the constituents, who are actually holding and trying to do their best and doing what you politicians should be doing. So thanks for nothing, and yes, get a hold of Catherine Rhodes. Do yourself a favor. Save some face.
And that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
First of all, I want to thank Assemblymember David Alvarez for his ongoing support in the fight against this injustice for our South Bay community users. And I want to thank staff for all the hard work that went into this. And thank you for always being so communicative with us. I sound like a broken record, but since I represent the city of Chula Vista, where the majority of the toll portion of the SR 125 is located, I need to always speak up and make sure we do not oversee or forget crucial information. Since my appointment last year, I have been relentless in my advocacy for the elimination of the SR 125 toll. Keeping our community informed is non-negotiable. Let's not forget SR 125 was purchased out of bankruptcy in 2011 with a promise to save our region money by eliminating the need for expansions on the I-5 and I-805. Our residents were assured that once the toll was paid off, the loans, the road would be transferred to Caltrans and operated as a freeway. Yet here we are, 13 years later, with 80% of trips on the SR 125 starting or ending in Chula Vista. Our residents are still paying the only toll in the county, which is just mind-blowing. We've endured 3 different tolling systems, each leading to incorrect or excessive charges, further burdening our residents. The latest regional plan update even suggests that the toll could remain until 2050, 21 years past the break-even point of 2029. But now we hear from our CEO that it's going to come back probably 12 years earlier, and that may still be too long. A burden again on South Bay residents, demanding that we address this inequity and ensure fair treatment for our community. This funding model imposes an unjust triple tax on South Bay residents who should not have to shoulder the cost of a mismanaged toll system. Despite strong advocacy from South Bay representatives on a board solution, and the board solution in July 2022 calling for the toll's removal, SANDAG continues to contemplate maintaining it. Again, let me be very clear. Chula Vista will not stand for a fully managed lane proposal. This would extend the tolling system indefinitely, placing the responsibility of fee collection on SANDAG, a task it has failed to manage effectively. I cannot stand by while our residents are deceived by replacing one toll with another disguised as managed lanes. We understand the importance of meeting state mandates through the Regional Transportation Plan, but not at the expense of South Bay residents, who are disproportionately burdened by this toll and who have long been neglected by our region's transportation improvements. We have the busiest land border in the world, with over 70,000 people coming back and forth every single day to work, school, visit their family, or tourism. Again, we have a blue line that is simultaneously the most used and most neglected line in our network, and the long postponed purple line that has yet to begin construction, but that we heard earlier today that there is more information coming on that. The South Bay needs additional access to transit, not a road locked behind an additional fee. Last meeting, our CEO, Mario Orso, recently indicated that the preliminary study shows that removing the toll would still keep the region compliant with state mandates. We also made critical progress by funding the state of good repair and environmental impact studies necessary to transfer the road back to Caltrans. This is a vital step towards achieving our toll removals. We tasked our new management to return with ideas back in May to retire the tolls as soon as it is financially feasible. We urgently need to transfer the 125 to Caltrans as soon as possible and open up the free road for our South Bay residents and commuters. Tolls add barriers to our working class community and should not exist. I strongly support scenario 2 to pay off the tolls at the earliest callable date to deliver for our community. I have 2 questions, if that's okay. The last time we saw this item at the May 24th meeting, the staff report on item 10, page 3, detailed that the shortfall for the 2027 earliest callable date is 29.3 million. The staff report today, item 8, page 2, reports 17.8 million. What changed for the financial projections to shift by over 11 million?
So we continuously rescrubbed the model, but we heard the board at our last meeting, and we went in and looked at every capital and other improvement that was anticipated to happen and determined that if this is the goal, there were several things that we removed from the model in terms of additional expenditures. So basically, we are continuing to scrub on a regular basis. The other thing that we did, and I don't know if we had done it between February and the last meeting or this meeting, is the call date is significant. The scenario date is significant. If we run things in the model with a June 30 date, they end up looking different than a July 1 date based on the principal and interest payments. So that can also influence the bottom line. And I'd have to go look at the model itself to see if we were running a June 31st, July 1. But for example, there was an anticipated additional capital project related to an interchange. We've completely taken that out.
Thank you. My second question, do the financial numbers presented today include the cost of the recent delays in the process?
Yes, these numbers include direction from the board a couple weeks ago. We really just refreshed this based on the board direction and the information that was provided a couple weeks ago to the board.
Well, thank you. And again, before I conclude my comments, this is not a reflection, again, on new management. I know we're moving forward with all the issues that we just saw from all the investigations we're conducting. And I do appreciate all these efforts that are being made. You got to understand our frustration and our anger that this comes back to the constituents. We have to raise the voice for the ones that can't be sitting here and can't raise it. So I thank you again. Thank you for all the hard work. And I hope I'm going to be supporting anything anyone proposes to remove these at a sooner date. So thank you again.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you for the presentation. In 2011, SANDAG approved the purchase of State Route 125 to bring congestion relief to the South Bay by reducing traffic on Interstate 805. However, today, State Route 125 has become a financial barrier for the very people it was meant to help. Many South Bay residents have been forced to choose between paying high tolls or dealing with increased congestion on alternative local routes. The reality is that this is not the transportation solution that we were promised. This toll has not only impacted individual riders, but it's also hindered the regional commerce and economic growth of the South Bay. Back on January 12th, 2024, Deputy CEO Ray Major presented an update on toll road operations, including an action plan to address deficiencies with the ETAN back office toll system and implement a new back office system to continue charging tolls on the 125. During that meeting, I was very clear about my concerns regarding the expenditures of millions of dollars on a new vendor in order to continue charging tolls on the SR 125 inaccurately. Nonetheless, the Board of Directors decided to vote in favor of the implementation of the new back office. As a reminder, I was the only board member of SANDAG's Board of Directors that voted no on that motion. I said it in January and I'll say it again and again and again and again. The State Route 125 is the only freeway in our county without any general purpose lanes that are free for the public to use. Instead, South County residents are forced to pay a toll on their local freeway. South County residents are being charged twice for the same road. They paid the money through their taxes that SANDAG used to purchase State Route 125, and they pay every single time they use it. I've been very concerned for many years about the basic inequity of this system since SANDAG purchased State Route 125. In order to relieve itself of the obligation of expanding Interstate 805, SANDAG purchased State Route 125, which saved it quite a bit of money. But this came at the price of charging South County resident tolls to drive on a freeway that many of them rely upon for local trips. No other part of the region is treated in this way. I think we have an opportunity to come together as a board and do the right thing. However, before making a final decision on SR 125 and the toll removal, I do request that this item be brought back to the board with a more comprehensive analysis of the annual toll revenues generated on the 125. Understanding the exact revenue figures and financial impact is critical. I didn't see a detailed report on the current toll income. We need it to make a more informed decision on debt retirement and the potential to remove the toll. We also heard from our assembly member that represents this area. I think he was cut off when he was making the statement about how the state could potentially help with this issue. Not only the state, but I think it behooves us to call upon our leaders in the federal government to help us remove this toll. So bringing this analysis back to the board, we could ensure that our approach is transparent and fiscally responsible for both SANDAG and the residents of South County who have carried this burden for far too long. So with that, I'd like to make a motion that we bring this back with a detailed analysis of what the revenues are and what they're projected to be. I would even throw in the motion, potentially a committee to take a very deep dive into the revenues and all what we could do with the state and the federal government.
Yeah, I'm happy to second the motion, but I actually want to add a couple of different things, but I want to have everybody have an opportunity to speak because there's a couple of different folks. Because there was actually some requests that I made that were very specific to the questions that you're asking that were not in this report.
Thank you.
So I want to better understand why they weren't in this report, and happy to second the motion once we get to that space.
I do have one last question that I'd like to ask. I spoke with residents in Bonita, a resident by the name of Judy, and she mentioned the possibility of opening up the San Miguel Ranch Road 125 intersection free to travel to start. And, you know, I want to know.
I would love for you to come to Bonita to have that conversation, because there is the planning committee in Bonita.
Okay.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you. This is a hot topic. As you know, I am the mayor of Bonita. And so this is an issue that we talk about all the time. And you have a very divided community about what that looks like, because without, diverting too much on this, it was not opened up to begin with. And so the planning commission in Bonita, there's two of them, actually three, that are very clear about what their expectations are. So
Got you.
So I'm happy to have that more of
I'm
a
not going to put it
conversation.
on the motion, but I
Okay.
would like I'm not the mayor of Bonita, but I would like the record to
come anytime.
reflect that I would like to see, there had been mentionings of Caltrans paying for that section of the road.
Yeah.
And so I would like to see staff at a later date come back with that information.
And the community actually asked for that not to be continued, which is what the challenge has been. But we happy to bring it back and have a conversation in Bonita. Caltrans doesn't have to do anything about this right now. But yeah, this is a really hot topic in my district, huge hot topic. But
Yeah, I
anyway,
just wanted for the record, I don't think that request has been made to Caltrans at this time, or at least I'm
no,
not
it
aware
has
of
been
that, so-
made before, sir.
All right.
Before. And so I want to not have a conversation too much on this because there's a lot of other stuff, and I'm happy to brief you on it because it's, I think, before your time. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over.
Thank you, Chair. First, I had kind of a quick question for Mario or others who maybe would answer this. So earlier in today's meeting, we were talking about contracts to Deloitte and Eton with the development of a software dealing with tolling in various roadways in our region. How much of that work is paid out of the 125 budget?
All of the work is paid out of the 125 budget.
Even though we're developing a software system that's maybe applicable for I-15 as well as
15 and 125, sorry.
125 and
Hold on one second. Go ahead, sir.
No, Don.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that cost is split between the
Thank you.
I-15 revenues and the
Yeah,
125.
I just want to make that clear, just so that we don't have the burden of developing a software system again placed on those people using 125. That would be just adding increased burden. And I want to kind of give us some background information. I think that's important, which is I-125 was under a franchise agreement with a private entity that essentially couldn't operate anymore because they were charging too much. Is that correct?
The original concessionaire filed bankruptcy.
Correct. And who came to end up operating it and operating it in a way that at least it paid for its operation for the remainder of the franchise agreement?
Well, as you're aware, SANDAG acquired the facility out of bankruptcy and was able to stabilize the facility and lower the rates.
So, and I don't know what would have happened if SANDAG wasn't here to do that. Who knows? We could have ended up with the state taking over earlier, or the whole roadway would have gone to ruin and nothing would have been happening and we wouldn't have been having this discussion here today. So I want to at least point out that, SANDAG does try to help the community by keeping a roadway open, even though it is a toll road. And I want to also, before I forget, thank Assemblymember Alvarez for being here, because ultimately we may need a state or federal solution to this to help us out more. Of course, maybe we hired Mario so he can work with Caltrans more and get Caltrans to help us further on this project as well to take over the roadway. So I think for a variety of reasons, I'm happy that we have various players here to go forward because that's what's going to be needed. We need to move forward. One last comment I want to make, besides supporting all the comments that have been made earlier, is as we deal with the environmental analysis that both Mario and Mr. Townsend has reminded us, I'm worried about this equity issue again, because we have to reduce VMT. And I know when we're going to do the environmental review, it's going to be, hey, if we take away the toll, we're going to increase VMT. We can't do that. I can tell you that elsewhere in this county, we're increasing VMT left and right. And we're doing so and saying, well, we're going to mitigate with our rapid rail load. We're going to do something else. But the point is, it would be unfair to point to this project when we do the environmental review down the road and say they have to take the burden of reducing VMT, maybe more so than the other roadways that we are expanding on the rest of the county. We just spent a fair amount of money expanding I-5 going north with granted a HOV lane. However, 27 miles of it at $4 billion, when we knew we could have had other alternatives. That increased VMT significantly. We didn't spend that kind of investment in South County. And I think those are the things that we need to address when we address equity. And I would contend that in any secret document, we have to deal with environmental justice and equity. And that needs to be brought into the picture when we move to that stage of evaluating 125 and taking away the toll road. And I hope that's how we can go forward so that we can at least treat South County, I hope, better than the way we have treated it in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. So just really quickly, I want to make sure that, because I know that you had a motion, council member. So as we're having this discussion, you know, I want to just emphasize that we know that the families in our communities have struggled with the cost of commuting, and by eliminating these tolls, we're opening up opportunities for better access to jobs, education, and essential services, as it has been mentioned. But it also, this is also about ensuring that our transportation systems reflect the values and fairness and inclusivity that we all share as a board. Understanding the remaining debt obligations, payoff scenarios, and steps we need to take to terminate the franchise agreement with Caltrans are crucial as we navigate this transition. And it's important that we balance our fiduciary responsibility with our resources while prioritizing the needs of our communities. I am glad that we've taken the step at our last meeting to begin the environmental analysis with regard to the franchise agreement process. And this is a good first step, but I also want to make sure that we explore and have a better understanding. And I think it's tied to this action, right? I see that there is a 17.8 million shortfall in the scenario 2 for retiring all bonds on the earliest call date. In the past, SANDAG had used TIFIA loan to pay for purchasing franchise. And I know that that's not what we're looking at this point. However, I think it's been mentioned that there has to be a strategy for state or federal governments to fill the gap. And I understand and want to thank Assemblymember Alvarez for his leadership on this. What I want to make sure we're very aware is that the budget shortfalls, I tend to be too practical about what's really happening in the state of California and the federal government. So being very aware of what that looks like. And so in the strategy, really being very real about what that would look like and how plausible is it that we would get those funds, I think is really important because of the forecast that we've had already from the LAO and the federal and the state government as well. But I do believe it is an option. So want to make sure that that's included as we're moving forward. And then what other potential financing options can we explore as a SANDAG board? And then if we get the additional state or federal assistance, can we set up, you know, some sort of escrow account to begin the toll removal process sooner? And if so, what is the commitment of the amount of type of commitment required? So I think to Councilmember Moreno's point, I think a little bit more comprehensive, deeper dive into this, I think is needed before any decisions are made. And then the questions that I had, I think, I don't know, remember if it was the last meeting or the meeting before last, right? That I didn't see here, and if it is there, please, you know, let me know. But it was, what other pilot programs can we have right now in the process as we're getting to the ultimate, the final, being able to, no longer have debt, and being able to have maybe a pilot program that during certain hours, right, peak hours right now, we're able to remove the toll for folks who are being impacted, because so it's not just the cost for the equity. What people need to know that if you go to Bonita and Chula Vista, it's also the infrastructure impact because people are going around. It's a safety issue. It's an issue that it's impacting our communities directly, so that, you know, we actually, the sheriff's department is also the public safety component of Bonita and also California Highway Patrol. We don't have enough folks, and the impact on the school districts, the impact on the schools, people who are walking and riding bikes and horses in those areas is really pretty bad because people are having to go around because they don't want to pay for the toll. So it impacts the actual communities that I represent, right? And so I want us to really look at that. And I know that we're taking a deeper dive than many other people would want to hear right now, but I think that as a regional entity, we need to look at how some of these policies are impacting our local communities. And so I had asked for that, but I don't know that I didn't see it in the report in terms of could we do pilot programs, a pilot program that would alleviate that process now. And then the other one was the same thing for, what could we do so that the amount of, it was a toll road for the pilot program. And then also what else could we do, other options that are available so that we can actually, as we get to that point, we're able to assist our community members who are being impacted. So with that, I'll second the motion if you can somehow put that into the action.
Chairwoman, we could develop scenarios, as you said, of dark hours, let's call it like that, that there's no toll collection at certain peak hours, and we can run the financing projections. Again, those are projections. There will be less revenue, so then there'll be maybe, if you just rely on those funds, it may be longer to pay it off. But we'll do a couple of scenarios of different times, but also a possible grant programs that eventually we can pursue. We'll do an analysis with our grant team and see if there are some programs that the road could be competitive.
Yeah.
So we can come, it will require us, give us some time, but we can come up with a couple of scenarios and for all of you to evaluate.
Well, and I think if you look at what we did, for instance, with public transportation, right? Anybody under 18 can ride public transportation at no cost in the county of San Diego now, right? It started as a pilot program. Now we are continuing to do that work. So is there a way for us to think about maybe if, depending on people's income, I don't know. I mean, if we're looking at the equity piece, right? If I'm a millionaire who lives in Bonita, I may not need to not pay $4.25. But if I am from a family of low income, that it's super hard to pay for this, and I got to be stuck in traffic for 3 hours because I can't actually take the toll road. And if I took the toll road, I can get to work and school cheaper. And and $4.25 or whatever, that's a lot for a family, right? And so I really want us to really think about what else could we do as we're trying this other parallel work of trying to get it, no longer having a toll in the 125, which I support 100%.
Yeah, first of all, my apology, Councilwoman Moreno. I misheard the ask. I provided the debt service annually. I will get the revenue information annually and how it's falling into the waterfalls. If it is fine with the board, we can probably get something out to you sooner than in another report, just specifically on that table and what's in the model. And the one thing I want to just mention, so the TIFIA loan that we had, that's a loan program for development of the project. And we actually acquired that TIFIA loan. So that loan was something the concessionaire had to actually construct the facility. And when we acquired the toll road out of bankruptcy, that loan became ours. It had a springing lien, they call it, right? So generally, the federal government allows those TIFIA loans, like the one we have for Midcoast, to be on a subordinate lien. We don't have a springing lien on Midcoast, by the way, I'll say that now, but the concessionaire had a springing lien. So when they went into bankruptcy and they couldn't meet the covenants on that debt, it became the top priority. It took over all the it was above the senior lien debt and any other debt the concessionaire had on the roadway. That toll roads are a little riskier proposition. The TIFIA loan terms were really onerous, and our ability and this board's direction to refund that through the issuance of these 2017 bonds was rather significant, and it saved not only a lot of money, but a lot of really detailed reporting that was having to go on regarding everything that this agency does. So unfortunately, TIFIA, that program is not an option then to come back into to help us with this. And even if it were, it's still a loan, we still have to have a revenue source for it. So we will go out there and we will look at state programs and we will look at federal programs. most of the state and federal transportation related programs are not necessarily a good fit for this, but there may be other non-transportation specific programs or potential opportunities to look to state or federal general fund opportunities. And we will look for those.
Okay, thank you. And I should mention that if you do have fast track, it's a little bit less expensive. It's 2 something and then 350 without it, but still, it's a lot of money for families. And so, all right, we have Councilmember Musgrove.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. The numbers went by pretty quickly, so I want to make sure I understand correctly. If we let this run to the bond cycle to 2043, with interest and principal, we pay 339.9 roughly million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if we can pay it off as early as 2027, and that early payoff at that point, our indebtedness will be 17.2 million roughly.
If we use all the cash reserves from that are available at that time, right? And what we would forego in the previous table is all of the interest from 2027 forward. We still owe the principal on the bonds to the debt holders, but we would not have to basically take out all that additional interest that would continue to accrue through 2043.
And so to arrive at that cash to effectively wipe out those interest penalties, we forego some CIP projects. And you mentioned one, there was an interchange that would no longer happen. If you know what it is right now, I'd love to hear it. But in this report that, and I support Councilmember Moreno's request, we need to see what projects are not going to be completed or initiated. So do you know what that interchange is?
I think it was referred to as like the Lone Star interchange, but I don't know enough about the original long-term plans on the roadway.
I assume it's not in Texas.
Lone Star was never, it's been in the books, but it's never been in any financial plan to be built.
Do we have appropriations for it, or is it just a line item?
It was a line item in the model, pure and simple.
Well, ultimately, I think it's important to have all the things we're going to at least put off at some point. A couple of things real quickly, though. So we just spent the morning talking about a $28 million contract. If we agree to do this, and we would probably have to do it sooner than later, then the contract shifts from 125 over to 15 exclusively. So how does that factor into the fare billing for the 15, where I know the chair said it's 2.5 if you use a transponder, 4.25 if you don't. I used it this morning to come down and it was $8. And alternately, the subject about high demand times reduce the fare. The 15 is just the opposite. When there's high demand, you have to have an HOV. So instead of trying to alleviate traffic on the freeways, we push them back on because the majority of the people on the 15 Express use transponder. So it seems counterintuitive to me, but I don't know what those peak hours would be. So in this process, unless we're going to renegotiate with Deloitte and A to B, we need to see what that cost shift will be and how that factors into the I-15, if that is going to be the only system with the transponder. And if we get too far down the road where we have a system in place, and maybe the 125 is an easier fix than the 15, are Caltrans open to the idea of assuming those liabilities and then identifying an express lane for a transponder and then general purpose lanes? Because as my good friend Jack Shue says, as soon as you open the roads, they'll come. So we're going to see a lot of congestion on that 125 when you lift the barrier gates. So again, now we're talking about VMT. And the last thing I have is, do we know who uses the 125? Because I hear a lot of impacts on Chula Vista residents, but the 125 initiates at the 94 and goes down to the 905. So who is actually using that? Do they, when I hear that they start or end in Chula Vista, I don't know where they live. I don't know who is actually being impacted, the percentage of cash payments versus transponder payments. I think all that's important to have in Councilmember Moreno's report. I know that was a lot. I scratched it out and tried to get it all together.
Thank you. Thank you. We're making some notes. I can't speak to the operational side, who was using the facility. I will tell you that there are some unique differences between I-15 and SR 125 because of necessity in some cases, right? I-15 was designed as a managed lane under, really it's priced to congestion, right? SR 125 was a pure toll lane from the start. So there are some serious differences, right? And the toll the toll rate and policy on 125 is fixed, but I-15 is dynamic, right?
Certainly.
For
with
that congestion.
Could we look
pricing.
at that as, if you look at 15 as, well, we have general purpose and we have the restricted managed lanes. The 125 has multiple lanes. If you had an interior lane as a toll lane, I know it creates some problems with ingress egress, but everybody that uses these lanes deals with that. So then you have those who want to use a transponder to get through, because it will start becoming congested once people know that it's open, especially where it terminates at the 905. There are a lot of employers down there and a lot of people that will use it.
Yeah.
Which goes to my other question about where they originating.
So I think for purposes of making sure that everybody has an opportunity, and I want to cut you off, that's exactly what we want, right? The scenario assessments coming back.
You did not cut me off. That was my last point.
Oh,
Thank you, Chair.
fantastic. Okay, I just want to make sure that since you might not have the information, I want to make sure that we're very clear. All right, wonderful. All right, Councilmember Fisher.
Thanks, Chair. We spent the better half first part of this meeting talking about some of the decisions that were made previously because of a hasty decision. The information was brought forward to us as a board. I think that as much as I understand the compassion, which my colleagues want to remove the toll, I think that financial responsibility for me needs to be the number one priority. Because again, this benefits mostly those in Chula Vista and some of the southern areas. I don't know of anybody in Imperial Beach. I've not met them. I'm sure there might be a couple who use the 125 to commute on a daily basis. They have to hop on the 5 and the 805, which are heavy. I drive to work about 5 a.m. And the 5 is pretty heavy at that time. Even on weekends, it's increasing. But I think it's our responsibility as a board to make sure that we make the right decision for the entire region. We've talked about this. We are a regional agency, and the monies that might be shorted in other places, or any deficiencies or any needed funds, probably would come out of our operational budget. I think that I would also like to see in the report, the ridership, the users, possibly where they're from, and what the average toll is. And I agree with Councilmember Musgrove that you open the 125 as a free lane, it's going to be packed. People are going to give up their time now for a couple dollars, which has to be considered. I think that I've driven the 125 a couple times. One thing I really enjoy about the 125 is it's super clean. Always nice and clean. It doesn't have heavy landscaping. It has nice rolling hills. And I think that's in part because SANDAG takes good care of it. I would hope that going forward that my partners at Caltrans would understand that. No offense ever, but the 5 out of the South Bay is not very clean at all. Outside of, the encampments in Chula Vista and some of the other problematic areas, it's not very clean. And that's because it's heavily traveled. It's absolutely heavily traveled because Pearl Beach, you either go up to 75, go through a nice tour of Coronado to get on the bridge and hop on over to the 5 or not. But I just think that, I understand the immediacy. But as we make decisions, I look back at the history of the 125 in 2003, the city of Chula Vista gave the land to those who developed the 125, gave it to them. So they thought it'd be fantastic to have. And now we're after it was developed and opened, we're looking at, 17 years and we feel like it's gone the wrong way, that it's having a negative impact on the constituents who it was supposed to perhaps benefit or whatever the idea was back then. I just think that we need to be smart about this. I think that immediacy is good. I'd like to see this move sooner than later, but I don't think it should be at the expense of the rest of the county.
Councilmember Molina.
Thank you. I do have a question about the comment that was made earlier, which is we would not want to see a replacement of the toll via a disguised managed lane fee. So I want to understand that better. Perhaps in the report that comes back to us, I want to be crystal clear about what the changes are going to be, which is we're going to remove the toll, but due to volume and need and use, at some point there will be a managed lane on the 125, if I'm not mistaken. What is the anticipation there? I would hate for people in the South Bay to be, okay, cool, you know, we managed to get rid of the toll. Oh, but now we have to pay again. What is going on here? I don't want to confuse people about this.
So the regional plan that we just put out, correct me if I'm wrong here, Antoinette, it's removing, we did the model run, removing the tolls. So boom, they go away. And then the model sees in 2050 on the unconstrained an additional new lane that will be managed in 2050.
So if you could put that in the report, please.
Yes.
The expectation would be that by 2050, there will be a return of some sort of payment for using the 125.
Let me clarify. It does not propose that we add the managed lane in 2050. We put that project in the unconstrained plan, meaning if there was funding available, we would add a managed lane at a future date. But right now, we won't have the funding to be able to add that managed lane within the time frame of the regional plan. So we're taking off the toll, and we don't have the revenue any longer to be able to invest back into the roadway to expand it and add the managed lane in the time frame of the regional plan.
Understood. So just to reiterate, the plan then that we are discussing and you know, creating here is a plan to remove the toll and keep the existing freeway as is, with no addition of a managed lane.
Correct.
Therefore, no addition of an additional fee that riders would have to pay.
No, original.
Unless there is an additional road or additional lane that is added to the 125, at which point that would be a managed lane, which means it would require some type of fee to be paid to ride it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mayor Krantz?
Yes, so there have been a couple of references to the issues around the notion of removing the toll for that speak to the concerns that I have. Ultimately, I think it's important to identify and make an informed decision about this. And so the best part of the motion for me is the idea of putting together a subcommittee. And I think it should be the goal of that subcommittee to put together a report that we can make a decision on that has all the information that this body should have in order to make a final decision. It seems to me that there is some time between now and when that decision might be made. I recognize that there are some political machinations at work here. Assemblymember Alvarez being here makes it that much clearer. I've heard Councilmember Moreno and Councilwoman Chavez and you also, and I very much appreciate and admire the way you represent your constituents, my constituents, and we try at this body to not be parochial. We wear our SANDAG hat, but ultimately, I want to know what the impact is going to be on the people that I represent in the North County. And so if this can be done in a way that doesn't require that projects that have been funded up in the North County will be impacted, I don't see it as difficult to make that decision. But if we're pushing for a decision that is going to mean moving money that might have been earmarked for one project or another, doing budgetary things that would affect North County projects, then I'm going to have some difficulty with that. So I would support the formation of a subcommittee, and I would only ask that the next time we get this at a board meeting is when it's got the report has all the information we need to make a decision, because not to sound petty, but the 125 is really just wearing me out. Between the toll debacle system and fighting for your constituents so that they don't have to pay to use that road, I get it, but man, this is just dragging me down. So I look forward to seeing a final motion to vote on that would put this in a position where you all could very smartly work and put something together for us all.
Yeah. So I think in that subcommittee, to your point, making sure we have representation from regionally, I think will be important so that that conversation can be had. But imagine if you're tired of it, imagine how our constituents feel.
Okay.
So anyway, Councilmember Burkholder.
Thank you, Chair. Just really quickly, when did 125 come into fruition again?
2042.
No, when was it built? Yeah.
I'd have to go back to the
I think it's
original.
the early
date.
2000s it was
Yeah,
built.
it was, I think,
Yes.
2002.
And it was open to traffic, I believe, in 2007.
Yeah. And one of the things that I believe, Dawn, you had said, if you would bring back the slide that has the forgivable debt dates when we would be clean and free and clean, clear. I can't even talk. I feel like, am I last? Am I going last?
I'll go again.
No, John.
I'm sorry, which slide would?
What? Yes, thank you. One of the things that I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it would be realized by the 2027 date at 17.829 million. If things remain stable, is what I heard. I need a little explanation. Are you talking about a market? Are you talking about population? Are you talking about traffic? I mean, what does that mean?
I'm talking generally about the ridership and revenues. So this board has a pretty broad discretion in its decision-making. If we come back, for example, with options about, when we toll, when we don't toll, that will have an economic impact on this model and on everything related to the tolls, right? So we would have to really do a deep dive into, maybe we don't toll on weekends, but what does that mean in terms of our rate covenant, in terms of these revenues? And it would flow through this entire model. So assuming that we operate and maintain the facility the way we're doing today, that's what these numbers reflect.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Musgrove, for asking a couple of the questions I had, and to Councilmember Molina. Sorry, I put your first name and your last name together there. Just for asking some of those questions, because one of the things is, I don't know, since 1987, we've been waiting on the 5 and the 78 to be fixed. And I am not against taking away the toll for the 125 in any way, shape, or form. But for me, and I think Mayor Kranz articulated it pretty well, is that we keep getting passed over in North County. And if I don't say anything, I'm not doing service to my constituents as well. I was curious, Antoinette, I believe it was an interim, we're going to have a gap in funding. What did we discuss? This was $56 million a month this toll brings in. What was it? I want to say that was what we talked about.
Is that about right, Lucinda?
Yeah.
About 56 million a year.
So there's going to be a significant gap in funding. And so I think it's going to be very important that we see that. Thank you, Councilmember Moreno, too, for asking for the data and the stats. It's very important. So hopefully you all can understand that while I'm not saying I'm, jumping up and down and doing high kicks over this idea, I do think that it is yet another example of things being placed in front of North County and to what end. So I appreciate that. And thank you, Chair, for acknowledging that North County does need to be represented in a subcommittee to that end. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Gasterly.
Thank you, Chair. I have a straightforward question. Looking at this table in particular, it seems that the date at which the principal will equal the balance available will be just about October 1st of 2028. So I'd very much like the report to include what is the date when the amount available to pay off is equal to the amount needed. So basically that would be scenario 2.25 or 2.25, perhaps.
Yes, and because well, there's a little bit limited room, but yes, it is between, it was between July 2028 and July 2029. It's probably closer to July 2028, but it is into that year.
Yeah, yeah, just doing the calculations,
Yes.
October
Nope,
1st
you're right.
seems safe. And related to this, this goes to the discussion that you and I had yesterday. Having something like a managed lanes 101 for this board would probably be really helpful because there's so many different types of managed lanes and different ways of implementing them. So knowing the range of types and options for local residents compared to drive-through residents, the dullest toll road in Washington, D.C. and Virginia is a good example. Perhaps that would be appropriate for a 2025 retreat. So maybe get that on our radar. Good, okay. Thank you. And it'll be really interesting to see the revenue breakdowns. Also balancing off, if we pay off earlier, we're not paying that interest. So where does that $7 million of interest not paid if we do scenario two compared to scenario 2.25? Yeah, so, and if we pay, one more question in this is, if we pay off according to scenario 2 and we incur that 17 million in debt, but keep the toll going, so the principal's gone, we're not paying interest, how long would we need that toll in order to recover that 17 million just directly through tolls?
Yeah, that would require a little bit of modeling and some serious assumptions. So if we work to do that and we maintain the 17.8 million, right? There'd be two ways to look at that, right? Do we go through the selection of which bonds to call and pay off as much as we can, or do we do that plus, basically a refunding to refinance that 17 million? We would be looking at multiple scenarios, right? So if the goal of paying it off sooner, we could refund that 17.8 million if it were a beneficial rate, right, to us. So there's different ways to look at it.
Yeah.
And how we could basically refinance the 17 million so we could get it to an even lower cost and maybe bring that in a year sooner.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
But right now,
Deputy Mayor,
short-term rates are a little high.
Yeah.
Deputy
but they
Mayor,
go down.
I
Yes.
just want to put in, we're going to run all the different scenarios, but remember that there's also the state of good repair.
Right.
That it's not included here.
That's
so,
right.
But
Yeah.
we'll put in the payoffs and then we'll put in projections of state of good repair or different things that are needed. I think it's encompassing what you're asking us to do, run multiple scenarios of how we can get there sooner.
Yeah. And this is really promising. And Don, I want to thank you and your team for really putting this together and having this discussion here. Look forward to the next one.
I have two more folks on the queue, and then I'm going to go ahead and close it out. I have Councilmember Shu and Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you. I was going to actually ask for calling for the question, but I want to also kind of reiterate what was just discussed with regards to what we want to include in this committee: being smart, looking off into the future into 2050, include concerns of the rest of the county, and that we look at it holistically. Hopefully by 2050, we'll have the purple line and we won't need these freeways. So to me, we need to think that far ahead and be smart and not just look at 125 by itself. So I hope we can move forward now.
So you called the question, but Councilmember she said, promised me 20 seconds. So let me just have her and then we'll go ahead and take a vote.
Literally time me. I would obviously say I wholeheartedly support this motion. I just want to ask, obviously as the representative of the largest city affected by this tolling system, I would like to ask how we can accomplish more with this group that we're putting together. Would it be a subcommittee, a committee, an ad hoc? That's something.
It's a subcommittee. And so what I'll do is, so because of purposes, when these kind of subcommittees get created, the chair gets to a point. And so what I'll do is based on what everybody has said, I'll put the subcommittee together. We'll make sure that both of you are part of it. We'll make sure that it's balanced. And we have to be very careful about quorum and all sorts of other things. So we'll make sure that we put something together and we'll follow up with everybody. Okay. Yeah, ad hoc committee. Okay, just put ad hoc instead of subcommittee for purposes of clarification. I think it's the same thing, right? Okay. All right, we're good. All right, with that, we have a motion and a second, a motion and a second, please vote.
And the motion passed unanimously with those members present.
Thank you, everyone, for that. All right, so the next item on the agenda is, there's no further discussion, right? So, sorry, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to non-agenda public comment.
We do not have any further continued non-agenda public comments.
No more comments? All right. So with that, there's no further discussion. We'll now move on to this concludes our meeting, and the next board or directors meeting will be on November 8th at 10 a.m. So we won't see each other before the election. I hope everybody who's running for office has a wonderful, wonderful success, and make sure that everybody who's listening goes out and votes for this very, very important election. So thank you, everyone, for your service. Oh, and I just want to say thank you to Councilmember Xu for all of his work as the chair of transportation. Are you coming back, right? This is not. All right, then. I'll give you a speech. I don't know why. People. All right. So we'll thank you personally back then. But for now, next board of directors meeting will be Friday, November 8th at 10 a.m. Thank you, everyone, for your service, and we'll follow up on all the other stuff.